Right, gotcha. Before we begin, of course, as always, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueams, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for their generosity to all who live, work, and play on their lands, and really enjoying working in partnership as we build this great city together. I want to thank staff, too, for all their work in the city, and we know it's been a tough time through COVID, but we really appreciate everything that all employees have been doing to keep us all safe, healthy, and happy. Clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr? Not here. Councillor DeGenova?
Present.
Councillor Fry?
Here.
Councillor Swanson?
Here.
Councillor Hardwick?
Present.
Councillor Wiebe?
Present.
Councillor Boyle?
Present.
Councillor Dominato?
Present.
Councillor Bly?
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks. I recognize Councillor Carr just stepped in, so Marker is present too as well. Thanks. So this special council meeting has been called in accordance with section 14.5 of the procedure bylaw. The purpose of this meeting is to provide council an opportunity to hear from speakers on public safety and violent crime citywide, as directed by council through the motion prioritizing public safety, which was considered by council last month. Council will first hear from staff, followed by registered speakers. If we don't conclude our business today, the meeting will recess and reconvene on Tuesday, March 10th, which is currently scheduled as a council reserve. Council may decide if the meeting continues at 3 or 6 p.m. on that day. Did I get it right? I get the wrong one? Did I say March? Sorry, already off to a bad start. Tuesday, May 10th. Thanks very much, which is, we can decide later on if it's at 3 or 6. All council were present when the members' motions prioritizing public safety was first introduced at the council meeting on March 29th, and no member has declared a conflict of interest on this item. No decision, of course, is required from council tonight. We're listening and asking questions. Ideas and input from tonight's meeting will assist staff in creating a report back with recommendations, which is anticipated to be presented to council in June of 2022. I got that date right. Okay. The public can follow along on Twitter at FanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Members of the public may also send comments to council by using the online web form listed on the meeting agenda. We have a full agenda today, council, so we've been working with the clerks and staff to figure the best way to work our way through this, maximizing information, but making sure we proceed in best way possible. So what I was thinking is that we have 4 staff presentations, and we thought maybe we could go through all 4 presentations and then have one round of council questions for those presentations. There's and then we could proceed right to the hearing from the public, because there are dozens of folks that are signed up ready to go. So that's a suggestion, and so that's what I'm going to proceed with, but can take advice as we move along. Council is also welcome to send any questions for staff to the Deputy City Manager, Karen Levitt, via email after the meeting. So again, they'll be reproducing a report in June. So if you have questions that come to you over tonight or any subsequent nights, or even after the speakers are closed, please send them along to the Deputy City Manager. Okay, so we're going to start with Just a reminder too, about just not to use gendered honorifics as we're going through asking questions to staff uh, or, um, or the public, and just using full name or title is great. So we're turning over to the Deputy City Manager here to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. I'm Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager here at the City of Vancouver. Tonight, as the Mayor has shared with us, we're here to take part in a forum for Council to hear from residents, businesses, community delegations to understand concerns related to public safety and violent crime. This is arising out of a Council resolution that was passed on March 30th. You can see, my slides aren't advancing on this screen, Clerk. Hopefully, you can rectify that. Anyway, I'll keep going while the clerk's figuring that out. We have a number of city staff here in person and on WebEx to, of course, listen to what we're going to hear tonight and also to respond to questions from council. I'll just introduce briefly the four speakers we have, five speakers actually, and that we have Sandra Singh, the General Manager of Arts, Culture and Community Services, followed by Margaret Whitkins from our engineering, Deputy General Manager of Engineering Services, Chief Palmer from the Vancouver Police Department, and then Amit Ganda and Betty Leps, our Director of Parks and Director of Urban Relationships for the Board of Parks and Recreation, respectively. So you're going to hear from these four staff collectively. I think it should take that's perfect. That's the right slide now. They should take about a half hour collectively, and as the Mayor said, them and all other staff on the line will be available to answer questions from council following the presentations. So we still don't have my slides advancing. There we go. Thank you. So in terms of who is speaking tonight to council from the public, the council resolution instructed staff to have the following departments from the city speak. You can see them listed there on the left of the screen. Those are the people I just mentioned a minute ago. And then there was a number of government agencies mentioned in the council motion on the right of the screen, whom we also invited to speak. I don't believe we have representatives from these departments, from these agencies speaking tonight, but we do have a number that are here listening to the proceedings. We also extended invitations to over 50 business and community organizations, including but not limited to business improvement areas, community policing centers, and various other nonprofit agencies that are relevant in this space. There we go. So in terms of what's going to happen after this meeting, council, city staff will work with VPD to report back on an action plan by June based on what we hear tonight. And that will be a set of recommendations concerning public safety and violent crime. And at a later date, we'll also scope the feasibility of a community safety and well-being strategy. The intent of that to be to understand and address the roots and causes of inequity and to ensure all residents have access to everything they need to support their safety and well-being. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sandra Singh, who's going to start us off for the staff presentations. Thank you.
Perhaps, Deputy City Manager, I can just get you to advance the speakers as they go, and so you can queue them up and introduce them. Thanks.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be here to present the work underway in ACCS to support community well-being and safety for all. As Council knows, the work we do in ACCS, all of the work we do in ACCS is focused on achieving the outcomes of community well-being, whether it's the direct services we provide through our social operations, the in-kind and direct support and partnership we provide to the arts and culture and social services sectors, the policy work we do in partnership with community and city departments, and the spaces we create and provide across the city through our leases. All work in ACCS is accomplished through partnerships and in relationship with others, and we rely on these partnerships to ensure the work has meaningful impact. For tonight, I will focus my presentation on the work of two ACCS departments, Social Policy and Projects and Housing and Homelessness Services. I'd like to thank the staff in those departments for their dedication and work, and I would also like to acknowledge the many community organizations, social and housing service providers, BIAs, CPCs, and social enterprises, community members with lived experiences, city colleagues, and of course senior government, BC Housing, VCH, and public partners such as VPD, all of whom partner with us on a daily basis to do the work I will describe in this presentation. I would also like to thank Council for your ongoing leadership and support of this work. As Council knows, Vancouver is at the intersection and epicenter of several global crises that create intense challenges for our community locally, as well as in our region, province, and country: the mental health crisis, overdose crisis, and the housing crisis. There are many social and political determinants of mental health and addictions, including poverty, homelessness, unemployment, social isolation, stigma, criminalization of substance use, systemic racism, and colonization. These factors intersect and were further exacerbated by COVID-19, placing people who are impacted by multiple factors at greater risk for mental health and addictions issues. It's important to remember also that 1 in 5 of us will struggle with mental health in our lifetime, and the World Health Organization notes a 25% increase in depression and anxiety due to the COVID pandemic, impacting youth and women in particular. And of course, there is also a global housing crisis. And the last time a global survey was attempted by the United Nations in 2005, an estimated 100 million people were homeless worldwide, and as many as 1.6 billion people lacked adequate housing. That was 15 years ago. Imagine the numbers now. So as you can see with these headlines, these intersecting crises facing us here in Vancouver are reflections of larger global trends. Before I speak about our work in ACCS, I want to spend a moment to reinforce the importance of addressing the ongoing overdose crisis, of which we are now in the 6th year. As Council knows, the crisis is driven by a toxic, unpredictable, and unregulated drug supply. While there are many regional variations in the drivers of the crisis, structural violence, prohibitions against illicit drug use, and stigma consistently play a central role. Criminalization of people who use illicit drugs leads to incarceration and marginalization, as well as to further isolation and violence, entrenched poverty, and a cycle of trauma. During the first year of the pandemic, there was a 95% increase in apparent opioid toxicity deaths across Canada. April 2020 to March 2021 saw 7,224 deaths compared to the year before, which saw 3,700, already too high. In 2021, 527 people died of overdoses in Vancouver alone, 527. This added to the 419 in 2020 and added to the hundreds more in previous years. With Council's direction, just over a year ago now, the city submitted a Section 56 exemption to the federal government to decriminalize to decriminalize simple possession. This is a key first step in turning the tide on the overdose crisis, contributing to community safety. We also participated in the province's work on their Section 56 exemption submission, and we are collectively awaiting a response from the federal government to these submissions. And every week, more people are dying. Population health research, along with decades of evidence-based city policy and program investments, recognize that community safety and well-being is improved by addressing the broad social determinants of health essential to community well-being for everyone. Essentially, it is the approach of achieving community safety for all through social development. The social determinants of health are the non-medical factors that influence health outcomes. They are the conditions in which people are born, grow, work, live, and age, and the wider set of forces and systems shaping the conditions of daily life. These forces and systems include economic policies and systems, development agendas, social norms, social policies, and political systems. The 12 determinants shown in this wheel fall into 5 general groupings: economic stability, health and healthcare, education access and quality, social and community context, neighborhood and built environment. You may notice that these reflect the basic necessities of life: housing, food, income, and education, as well as health and well-being. This framework highlights that safety is part of public health and can be addressed in a similar manner. An example to consider is how economic inequality in a community might lead to greater likelihood of theft, how lack of adequate access to indoor daytime space or lack of meaningful daytime occupation may increase likelihood of street disorder during the day. An equity approach based on social determinants of health, which is reinforced through the Healthy City Strategy and the city's equity framework, recognizes that investment in improving the circumstances of those most excluded, most marginalized, and at risk benefits both these individuals and the whole community. In short, we all do better when we're all doing better. As I noted in my opening remarks, ACCS works in all the realms of these health determinants in proactive ways that determine and promote public safety. On this slide, you'll see a number of various initiatives, policies, strategies, and programs currently in place or in development at the city that build community safety by addressing root causes and social determinants. And I'll highlight some of these key initiatives in the following slides. But first, As Council knows, as communities work on social determinants of health and try to address the root causes and upstream drivers that impact safety, it's important to note that multi-sector partnerships, multi-level leadership, investment, and partnership is critical. As municipalities, we are limited in what we can actually do both by jurisdiction and funding mechanisms. We can work on providing and activating engaging public spaces, providing community services, supporting arts and culture, to name a few. However, the policy and structural drivers of the many social issues that are challenging our community today, such as poverty, homelessness, mental health, are within the purview and responsibility of senior governments. Mental health and health services, housing and homelessness responses, income and poverty reduction, accessible and inclusive education, accessible childcare. These are all the responsibility of senior government who hold both the pen and the funding decisions and capacity to make the upstream differences. At the city, we work to develop social policy and strategies that both identify what we can do within our jurisdiction and means and recommend actions for senior government. We do this by partnering with community organizations and residents to shape and develop these strategies and policies and to implement the programs and responses that are within our jurisdiction. And we seek to partner with senior government to support their response to these priorities in our community, such as through our work in partnership with BC Housing, VCH, and ministries such as MCFD, SDPR, MHA, MAG, and others. So I'll now describe a few specific initiatives. This is not nearly comprehensive, but a few specific initiatives in ACCS that are working to address social determinants of health that ultimately build community safety and well-being. Our most recent homeless count, as Council knows, in 2020 revealed that on count day, at least 2,095 people were found to be experiencing homelessness. And as Council is well aware, this is known to be an undercount. One of our key functions in ACCS is to respond to the acute needs of people experiencing homelessness, especially those who are most at risk and living unsheltered in alleys, sidewalks, under overpasses, and in our city parks. We do this outreach work through our homelessness services outreach team, which is co-funded by BC Housing and the city, and through the provision of emergency homeless shelters, also offered in partnership with the province and by providing warming centers during periods of extreme cold. The outreach team, emergency shelters, and warming spaces are often a first point of contact, and the supportive and skilled staff of these programs facilitate connections to key social determinants of health: income assistance, food, shelter or housing, and health care. Our work across the city on implementing shelters, supportive housing, and other social services has highlighted that many community members who do not work in the sector or do not have experiences of homelessness themselves often have deep concerns or fears of these neighbors. It's important to note that people experiencing homelessness are not a homogeneous group. Homelessness can happen to seniors, youth, single-parent families, women fleeing violence, and others struggling with poverty and lack of affordable housing in an increasingly expensive city. It's a state that could impact any of us or our loved ones at any time. And while we don't want to disregard the concerns of residents or suggest that no one experiencing homelessness is engaged in crime, it is important to note that the drivers of crime in Vancouver are not people experiencing homelessness. In fact, research has demonstrated that unhoused or precariously housed individuals are more likely to be targets of violent crime and assault. A 15-year study conducted in Denmark, published in 2020, found that individuals experiencing homelessness are 7 times more likely in females and 4 times more likely in males to be the victim of a violent crime compared to the general population. And a study of individuals experiencing homelessness conducted here in Canada found that 72% of respondents had been victims of crime within the previous year. Compare this to the 2019 Stats Can data that 1 in 5 Canadians, or 20% Canadians or their households, were impacted by one of the 8 crimes measured by the GSS. While the impacts of unsheltered homelessness are most acutely centered on the individuals experiencing it, there are also impacts on other members of the community as residents with no homes or access to day spaces congregate or sleep in public realm or on public properties such as sidewalks, alcoves, and parks. Earlier this year, Council approved the Better Together Neighborhood Collaboration and Collective Action Pilot, a program that seeks to build partnerships with community groups and public partners to work together to manage these impacts. We'll be working with local neighborhood partners and public partners and service organizations to implement the 5 program components on this slide and are currently working toward implementation over the spring or summer of 2022. Access to housing is one of the most fundamental basic need and a human right. Without housing, it is virtually impossible to lead a physically and psychologically healthy life. The impacts of persistent and cyclical homelessness are profound, which is why we take a housing-first approach to social determinants. We do not wait for people to have addressed other issues before we try to bring them indoors, either directly into housing if it's available or through emergency shelters until housing is secured. The city partners with senior levels of government, nonprofit housing providers, and service groups to both protect and improve SROs and low-income housing. We also provide land to support the creation of new social and supportive housing citywide. As Council is aware, we have significant supportive housing projects underway, including the partnership with BC Housing to deliver over 300 units of permanent modular supportive housing across the city, investments in nonprofit projects through our Community Housing Incentive Program, and our work with both levels of senior government to develop a tri-level strategy to address the SRO stock. I do want to speak briefly about the importance of supportive housing as a key program to both address social determinants of health for residents who need this type of housing and its associated supports, and in so doing, support the well-being and safety of those individuals and the broader community as a whole. By providing housing with embedded supports, residents most in need gain access to tools and services that enable them to meet their basic health needs and gain access to additional opportunities to thrive in the community through community-based activities like gardening programs and access to arts and culture. Research in 2018 to 2019 on the outcomes for tenants 6 months after moving into the city's temporary modular supportive housing program, that was again implemented in partnership with BC Housing, found that 80% reported that their overall well-being was improved and 90% felt safe in their unit. Research has also shown that the financial benefit of housing those experiencing homelessness is significant, with every dollar invested resulting in a $4 to $5 social and economic return. I'll now speak to some of our work on anti-racism and cultural redress. As we all know and have long recognized over the recent couple of years, systemic racism threatens our ability to create a safe community for everyone in Vancouver. Across Canada, race ethnicity is the largest motivation for hate crime, and there were significant increases in anti-Black and anti-Asian police-reported hate crime in 2020. Across Metro Vancouver, there were 378 police-reported hate crimes in 2020, a significant increase over previous years. The region's rate of 13.8 hate crimes per 100,000 residents was higher than the national average and higher than most large metropolitan areas in Canada. The VPD, who you'll hear from later tonight, has also noted the significant increase in hate crimes, with incidents doubling from 2019 to 2020, and anti-Asian hate crimes incidents increasing by over 700%. These data, of course, does not include incidents not reported to the police, and we have heard from community through our work that there is fear of reporting hate incidents for reasons such as lack of faith in action being taken, fear of being reported to immigration services for community members or who have precarious or are without status. In addition to implementing the internally focused equity framework, which was approved by Council in 2021, this ACCS is working on implementing the Access to City Services Without Fear policy. The guidelines are in development and they'll be implemented across all city business units. And as well, staff and ACCS are working with community to address racism and its impact on racialized communities, focusing particularly on anti-Black racism, anti-Indigenous, and anti-Asian racism. This council-directed work is listed on this slide, and staff have been engaging with community on these directions and will be reporting back to council to provide updates and recommendations in the coming months. As part of Council's motions to examine ways to decriminalize poverty, staff have been undertaking 3 pieces of work. The first is to work with community to examine existing reports with recommendations and ensure that recommendations that are brought to Council are relevant across the city, and then to prioritize these. This report will be coming to Council in July of this year. In addition, the community indicated several issues that they could agree upon to address immediately. One is how the city clears sidewalks. This work is being led by social policy in partnership with engineering services and community, and seeks to identify alternative ways to work together with community members and partners to manage sidewalk accumulation and accessibility. Examining alternatives to 911 when calls for mental health, substance use, and sexual assault calls are made came up as another key issue that community wanted to move on immediately. Staff has started working with various departments within the BC government and community organizations to look at alternatives to 911, as we're not sure what actually can be done yet. Other jurisdictions across Canada have also been reviewed and contacted to see how those situations can or cannot be replicated in Vancouver. And of course, we will be connecting in with our colleagues in VPD on this as we advance these discussions. The third area of investment is the local work to explore restorative justice approaches in Vancouver. Restorative Cities aims at disseminating restorative values such as inclusion, participation, respect, responsibility, solidarity, truth-seeking in different settings where conflict may occur, such as families, schools, neighborhoods, sports organizations, workplaces, intercultural communities, and others. The final goal is to strengthen relationships, encourage active citizenship, and look at conflict as an opportunity for change rather than as a threat. $150,000 in funding is going towards supporting a Vancouver-based community coalition to undertake this work in Vancouver. So all of this work is in very early stages, and we'll be providing updates to Council as it proceeds. Ensuring that there are opportunities for all to benefit from the economy is necessary to building safety. Creating jobs and opportunities for small Indigenous, Black, people of color businesses is part of our community benefits agreement strategy policy, as is new entry-level jobs for people living in neighborhoods with high poverty rates. Providing free transit for 6 months to people impacted by poverty showed how necessary accessible transit is for people to access basic needs in their lives. And the informal economy is instrumental in ensuring those who are struggling have a legitimate way to earn income, reducing crime and other issues. The city's work with community to provide places for informal vending is a key part of the survival economy. As Council and operating partners are aware, regular and ongoing engagement with VPD is a key part of providing these spaces. The city has also made a commitment through our women's equity strategy to be a member of the UN Safe Spaces for Women, Safe Cities, Safe Spaces for Women and Girls initiative. A foundational piece of this membership is a scoping study that seeks to understand the safety-related experiences of women and people who are gender diverse. The study has now been conducted, and the results are being analyzed by staff for a future report to Council. Early analysis of the 673 out of 1,000 responses to the survey of residents across the city shows that the top 4 ways to increase safety in public space for respondents were well-lit paths, safe exits, presence of other people, and identifiable safe havens. And all groups surveyed preferred either peer outreach teams or security guards as a first option for intervention. Further, the Murdered Missing Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit project in the city is examining how the city is implementing the recommendations from the Calls for Justice and the Red Women Rising reports. While doing this analysis, the team has supported several actions while planning with Council's support, including supporting the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Day of Remembrance at City Hall in 2021 and the Day of Action at the Art Gallery. The city has also funded Moccasin Mafia, a grassroots group of women who feed, support, and assist Indigenous women living in the downtown East Side. On this slide, you see a list of some further key initiatives, policies, or activities that are currently underway to align addressing some of the basic needs of some of our most at-risk communities, again, from the perspective of achieving community safety through social development. Staff seek to implement evidence-based initiatives and seek to employ people with lived experience to provide accessible and high-impact programming that also then addresses income security for low-income residents who often have barriers to employment. Nonprofit partners also work to directly address neighborhood concerns in real time while also saving lives on a daily basis. One recent urban health and safety program example is our washroom trailer program. Funded initially by the federal government through their Reaching Home program, the washroom trailer program was initiated during COVID to address key gaps in access to water and washrooms. It also highlighted key gaps in these basic human needs already existing previous to COVID. The program, staffed by NPO peers and frontline staff, has had multiplier impacts on people's mental health and wellness, connecting them with housing, health, and employment options, and providing critical life safety during the ongoing overdose crisis. This program is an important reflection of the recognition that disproportionate impacts often require intentional focus on addressing inequities through specially and specifically designed initiatives. And it also highlights the successes we can have when we recognize the need to work differently. So these were just a few of the highlights of the diverse work underway in ACCS focused on the core social determinants of health. As the city and partners move forward to continue to work together to address community safety, it remains important to recognize that the approach that has the long-term intergenerational and sustained impacts is that of building community safety by addressing broad social determinants of health. And as I mentioned earlier, municipalities cannot do this work to support community well-being and safety alone. We require strong collaboration across many sectors with residents. We need approaches that reflect the idea that we are all in this together and that everyone in Vancouver deserves safety and well-being. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, I see you on the queue, but maybe you missed this before you came in. We were going to see the presentations. Sorry? Sorry?
After.
Okay, great. Oh, I'll put you on for, I see what you mean. Okay, great. Thanks, Deputy City Manager.
Thanks, Mayor. Next up, we have Margaret Whitcombs, Deputy General Manager of our Engineering Services Department. Margaret.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us speak this evening. Margaret Whitkins with Engineering Services, here this evening with my colleague Taryn Scollard. We're here on behalf of Lon Leclerc, the GM for Engineering Services, who is out of town and regrets that he can't make it this evening. There are a number of other engineering staff who are also here to listen and to respond to questions as needed. Engineering Services mandate is focused on public safety on our streets, sidewalks, and in public spaces. The services we provide affect people's experience of safety in the city, and we also have hundreds of staff on the street each day who also experience firsthand the changing context in the communities that we serve. So much of the work we do relies on partnerships with the community, such as nonprofit organizations, BIAs, and others. We are also aware that many services, for many services, there is a desire for increased service levels and upgraded infrastructure to create a safer and more welcoming public realm for all. In the next few slides, we'll offer some context on both the opportunities and constraints. So within engineering, there are a range of programs designed to maintain cleanliness in the public realm, all of which focus on prioritizing the protection of public health and safety, as well as the environment. Some of the core services include street cleaning, litter pickup, and abandoned waste collection, graffiti removal focused on public property, as well as the mural program, and removal of structures to ensure streets and sidewalks are clean and accessible. An important component of the street cleaning services that I'll highlight is the street cleaning grant program. This program provides grants to 6 nonprofit agencies for supplementary street cleaning and waste diversion initiatives. The services focus on microcleaning, so daily collection of litter and needles, and work that typically falls outside of the scope of the services that's provided by city forces. This is seen as a very successful program. I can highlight a few results from 2021. There were 7 square kilometers of microcleaning and 28 plazas. There was the provision of over 65,000 low-threshold employment hours, collection of 30,000 bags of litter and over 100,000 needles, as well as removal of 13,000 feces in the downtown area. So in recent budgets, Council has approved new investment for this area, and those results are reflective of that investment. $672,000 for enhanced cleaning for priority areas and needle cleanup, as well as $100,000 for the feces removal response pilot. Another way the city supports safer and more welcoming public realm is through creating and activating public spaces such as plazas, parklets, and patios, which bring life and animation to our streets. Through the pandemic, we've evolved our approach to be faster and more responsive, really putting our community partners at the center of this work and generally trying to enable more public life. During the pandemic, we rolled out 36 new public spaces and over 700 temporary patios. I wanted to highlight that in collaboration with our colleagues in Arts, Culture, and Community Services, as well as planning, we've also formed partnerships with social service organizations to create 12 outdoor spaces or community hubs. And because these public spaces are managed and cared for by community partners, like the Downtown Eastside Women's Center or Union Gospel Mission, they can help create safer spaces for people who might otherwise feel uncomfortable or unsafe in public spaces. As I mentioned at the outset, we lean heavily on partnerships with community groups, nonprofits, and businesses, particularly BIAs, to deliver programs such as plazas and street cleaning, such as the Plaza and Street Cleaning Program. BIAs and community groups are involved in stewarding streets and public spaces across the city and play a key role in addressing graffiti and keeping areas clean. Our work on public space stewardship is guided by the equity principles that Sandra Singh touched on earlier. People will experience public spaces differently based on gender, race, socioeconomic status, and many other factors. We work with community partners to develop an approach to the management of public gathering spaces to keep them clean and well cared for. As needed, we expand services to include peer-based stewardship programs, additional microcleaning, and in some cases, community advisory committees. The overall goal of our public space stewardship is to create safer and more welcoming spaces and provide opportunities for communities to participate in public life. Through discussions to date around public safety, we are aware of a number of priorities for increased attention and investment that I'll touch on briefly here. These include the desire for more lighting on the streets and in plazas. We do have the LED light replacement project underway. Additionally, the next 4-year capital plan is being developed right now, and so opportunities for additional lighting, such as in plazas, is dependent on this plan. The draft plan, which is out for consultation, includes some investment in plazas as well as electrical that would support lighting. However, there are budget constraints and, of course, not necessarily possible to address all the requests that we know have been identified. We've also heard the desire for increased microcleaning. And so in terms of service today, several high-demand areas such as Gastown, Chinatown, and the downtown east side currently receive daily service. Increases in service levels would require additional funding and would need to consider the capacity of the agencies that currently provide that microcleaning service. We also hear around the importance of bringing people and animating the downtown. And the city plays an important role in enabling special events and festivals that enliven our streets and public spaces. We are interested to continue working with BIAs and other event organizers to support their vision and to continue to expand the positive uses of public space. We've also heard the desire for more investment in enhanced public realm and city infrastructure maintenance, as well as additional graffiti measures. In these cases, additional budget would be required to alter the current service levels. It is worth highlighting that Council has recently approved an additional $500,000 in funding for additional graffiti removal and beautification. In conclusion, Engineering Services is committed to working towards a safer and more welcoming public realm through a range of initiatives. We highly value the partnerships with community that are required for these programs to succeed. And although there are always budget constraints, we welcome the chance to hear input and discuss how our work can improve public safety outcomes for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Margaret. We now have Chief Palmer from the Vancouver Police Department.
Good evening, Council. It's a pleasure to join you here this evening. Thank you so much for hearing us. The comments made by my peers earlier were really good comments, and I agree with many things that were said. So I think it's important that we're having a discussion. We're all working together for the community safety and well-being of our community, which is a very important discussion. I just want to say it's been a very hectic 24 hours in Vancouver after the situation we had at 5th and Commercial last night, where gunfire erupted on our streets. And I appreciate some members of council who reached out and expressed their support for our officers under these trying circumstances. So thank you very much for that. I'm joined today by Deputy Chief Howard Chow, who's in charge of our operations division, all the uniform officers in the police department, and Deputy Chief Fiona Wilson, who's in charge of all the detectives and investigators and oversees all major criminal investigations here in the city of Vancouver. We do have an amazing city. Vancouver is a world-class city, one of the best cities in the world to live in, and having these discussions are so important, and it really is a joint responsibility amongst all of us to make sure that we have proper public safety mechanisms in place. I'm going to talk to you about a number of different things this evening, show you probably about half a dozen slides. This is the agenda of things I'm going to talk about, and I'll move on to the first one. It's not advancing here. Clerk, I don't know if you're able to help with that. I'll just keep talking. Yeah, thank you very much. So violent crime is the first thing I want to talk about, and we have talked a lot about crime. There's been a lot of stories in the media about violent crime, property crime. Is it up? Is it down? I'm going to give you the messaging on that. It's consistent messaging, what we've said the whole time, and I've heard a lot of armchair quarterbacks talking in the media, trying to give their interpretation. Nobody knows our data better than we do, and I'll tell you what the facts are, what's happening here in Vancouver. So with violent crime, which is the most concerning to us because we're talking about invasion of people's space, physically assaulting people, attacking people, robbing people, things like that. Violent crime is more concerning than property crime, full stop. In 2021, the last full year of data, when we compare it to pre-pandemic, it's up 7.1%. The violent CSI, which is the Crime Severity Index, that's a weighted measure that Statistics Canada uses where it weights violent crime. So for example, a homicide would be weighted much more heavily than an assault. If we're talking about property crime, a break into your house would be weighted much more heavily than a shoplifting. For violent CSI, we're the 4th highest in Canada when looking at the 15 largest cities outside of British Columbia. And when we go from 2020 compared to 2019, which is the last full year of data, the 2021 numbers will be out in July. We're up 4.2% and we're 7.8% above the Canadian average. We have seen a big issue with stranger assaults, over 4 per day, which is an increase over historical levels, where we're seeing people randomly attacked with no prior interaction and they get assaulted in our streets. Sometimes very horrific assaults. You've seen a lot of the footage in the media and a lot of stories on it. It is an issue that we're concerned about. We have had good success in arresting people and bringing people to justice, but there's a whole host of issues that go into that. When we're talking about hate crime, this is a very long discussion. I'm just going to boil it down to the most recent stats. Sandra Singh was correct. When we looked at 2020, it was up about 715%. When we're looking at the most recent year, 575% anti-Asian hate crime numbers over historical numbers. One of the most concerning numbers that we're seeing in violent crime is what we call level 2 and level 3 assaults. So those are assaults with a weapon, assault causing bodily harm, or aggravated assaults. We get about 1,826 of those per year in Vancouver. These are the most serious types of assaults. We've seen a 28.5% increase in those types of serious assaults in Vancouver over the past year. We're also seeing an increase on assaults on police officers. We're seeing an increase in spitting incidents, which I think is showing a lack of common decency and civility, with 297 spitting incidents happening last year. 72% of those were complete strangers spitting on other people with no provocation whatsoever prior to the incident. We are having very good luck in solving these crimes. Our solve rate continues to be very high at about 65% for the serious assaults and almost 70% for sexual assaults happening in Vancouver. Next slide, please. When we're talking about property crime, consistent with what we've said all along, property crime has been down during the pandemic. Compared to pre-pandemic numbers, it's down by about a third, about 32%. Some of the property crime categories are up, some of the ones that are very concerning to people, and when we talk to the community like all of you do, and when we hear from people from all different neighborhoods across the city, graffiti is up across the city, and that general sense and feeling of disorder. Graffiti in some neighborhoods like Chinatown is up significantly, as you can see from the percentages up there, 296%. But the underreporting of crime is significant in our city. And the general feeling of being unsafe as compared to the crime stats is also a real thing in our city. I'm just going to draw your attention to a recent story that's been out recently, just in the last couple of days. When we're talking about Chinatown, which is a particularly hard-hit neighborhood in our city, in the unit block of East Pender Street, somebody took a gold metal dragon. It wasn't made of gold, but it was gold in color. But a gold metal dragon with significant significance to the Chinese community in that neighborhood. And a person brazenly climbs up on the roof of a building in the unit East Pender with a hacksaw, chops down this dragon, and takes it away for scrap metal. It's disrespectful and it's disgraceful to see that in our community when people are resorting to, pardon me?
Sorry, sir. We're listening to the chief here, and I just asked the gallery to just respectfully listen to the speaker. Thanks very much.
So we're seeing a lot of those crimes that, if you want to look at that crime, that would be considered a theft, and it would probably be a theft under $5,000. So in a crime stat, it wouldn't look significant, but the impact to the community is very significant. We're also seeing a huge increase in glass breaks, which are up 48%. And that's an interesting one because you probably saw some stories in the media as well with the glass companies. So independent verification when they're talking to the glass companies in Vancouver where they can't keep up with all the glass breakages happening in Vancouver. People are smashing panes of glass worth sometimes over $10,000 to steal an item that's worth hundreds of dollars. And for insurance claims and the cost of those business owners it's not sustainable for people to stay in business. Theft from autos have been the main cause. People breaking into cars for crime rate to come down in the property crime category. We saw a 17% reduction in that crime category alone, and that accounts for 1/4 of all property crimes. So with these lower level crimes, we do see it drag down the overall property crime rate. We do know that during COVID, there were fewer people downtown, the bars and the nightclubs weren't open, people were working from home, fewer people out traveling, fewer people out on the streets, and we do expect that pre-pandemic crime levels and property crime will resume as our community opens up. The other property crime category that we've seen a huge increase in is a 49% increase in arson. I just want to take a second now, next slide please, and talk about underreporting. And this goes to what I talked about, crime statistics versus the reality of how people feel in our community. So anywhere in Canada, you're going to see roughly, Statistics Canada will tell you roughly 30 to 40% of underreporting non-reported crime in Canada. About 70% roughly gets reported. Vancouver traditionally has been a little bit higher for unreported crime. People sometimes, get frustrated. They're, not sure if anything can be done. They just feel like it's not worth it. Their lawnmower gets stolen, whatever it is. They just deal with it. They don't bother calling the police. But some significant things that we're seeing developing in our city, and I have to draw this to the attention of council. It has come up at the Vancouver Police Board meeting and is of significant concern because the city does have a position on the ECOM board, which I know was Paul Mokry, and I believe now Karen Levitt is going to be taking over that position. And some pretty startling numbers, because when you're hearing calls for service from the police in a calendar year or in a quarter, and you hear the hundreds of thousands of calls that we respond to as police officers in the city, the dark figure that we were never hearing about was the number of abandoned calls where people are getting frustrated, they're fed up, they're giving up, they're not bothering to call us back. We're hearing from residents and businesses all the time, and I would suspect you as councillors hear from BIAs and residents in your communities about people not being able to get a hold of the police, about people not reporting crime. And the reason they're not reporting crime is because looking at the calls for service last year to the Vancouver Police Department, hang on to your socks, but last year, 88,074 calls, 88,000 calls were unanswered by ECOM on the non-emergency line. That's over 241 calls every single day. 241 times a day, citizens in the city are calling the police and nobody's answering. If you want to see the crime rate go to zero, then we just don't answer the phone at all. Like, these calls have to be answered. Some of those calls, for sure, may be able to be, distributed and maybe not be for police or be something they can resolve on the phone. But we know that roughly 60,000, about 61,000 of those calls are ones that we do need to respond to and do need to attend to. And they're also calls that will dramatically impact the crime rates that we're seeing in our city. There is a lot of work being undertaken there through the BC Association of Chiefs of Police. Our police board is aware of it. The BC Association of Police Boards, I know the mayor sitting on the BC Urban Mayor's Caucus, the 13 biggest cities in BC, is aware of it as well. And there is work happening there, but we're seeing some of the smaller suburban agencies actually pulling out of ECOM because of a lack of confidence in them being able to handle the non-emergency calls. And the irony is that when a citizen in this city picks up the phone to call the police, they think they're talking to VPD, but they're not. They're talking to a third-party service provider who's not providing the service that we expect in this city. Next slide, please. I just want to remind council that sometimes we get, so wrapped up in this world of talking about crime rates. Crime's up, crime's down, this percentage, this number, that number. Here's the reality check of all the other things, though, that police deal with that are not crimes, that don't show up in crime stats, but show up in our calls for service. This is a small list. I have a much larger list. But just to remind you, things like car accidents, missing persons, domestic disputes, provincial statutes, so enforcing, Motor Vehicle Act, Liquor Act, things like that, do not come into crime stats. Prowlers, a suspicious person prowling around your house late at night, disturbances on the street, all these types of things are not crimes, and they're not captured in crime stats. One of the big ones I'll point out there is protests. And if you want to talk about workload that we're seeing in our city right now, protests are a significant issue in the city. I was talking to the police chief in Edmonton recently, and they had about 400 protests last year in Edmonton. We had over 800 in Vancouver. Vancouver is the epicenter for protests in British Columbia for sure, and in many cases, Western Canada. And we're seeing some of particularly the environmental protests who are now realizing that you do these protests in remote areas of our province, on logging roads or in remote forested areas where nobody will see you except a few loggers and the odd media that will show up and take a quick picture. The only people that you're really disrupting are a few logging trucks and the RCMP. They're realizing that if they bring that fight into the cities, into the urban areas of our country, and they're telling people that on CKNW and in the mainstream media, they're talking about this openly, how they want to disrupt critical infrastructure. They want to slow down the Canadian economy. They want to overwhelm the police and the jails and the court system. They want to shut down the ports, the rail lines, major intersection and bridges, and we're seeing that. We're seeing people shutting down bridges from North Vancouver into Vancouver, both major bridges, gluing themselves to the highway and stopping cars in the middle of the road and creating a major backup during rush hour in our city. These are very labor intensive and very difficult events to police, and we're dealing with them every single day in our city. And the numbers are higher this year in 2022 than they were in 2021. So again, hang on to your seats because we're in for a bit of a ride with protests here in Vancouver. Next slide, please. I'm almost done. I'm just going to talk about a few things that we're doing with our response because there's a lot we're doing. We're not just sitting here complaining about it or talking about all the issues. Your Vancouver Police Department is working on these issues. We're heavily engaged with community, with our board, with other stakeholders, and we've got a lot of great programs in place to deal with these issues. We have focused policing going on right now. A major project, a task force that we've undertaken in the last couple of months is Task Force Agility, where we've been going after the violent shoplifters. We've been going after graffiti people. We've been going after people that are committing violence. Through this project, we've already had 146 arrests for assaults, for thefts, for weapon offenses, 180 charges against people that are causing significant disruption in our city. We've also put out additional bicycle patrols and foot patrols in certain neighborhoods, and through our analytics, which are very advanced in the Vancouver Police Department, some of the most advanced you'll find in North America, putting resources in the right places in the city at the right time of day to deal with the issues that we're seeing that are being reported to us. But the gap, of course, I mentioned, when you've got 88,000 calls a year not being reported, there's a gap there in the data because people can't get through to us. We've done public safety awareness fairs, and we've had great uptake from the public on these. We did one recently down at the Roundhouse that was attended by 1,150 people. That's a neighborhood that's been asking for assistance from police and for public safety and for us all to work together. A lot of people attended. We did another pop-up safety tents around the city. First one, 1,700 people attended. Another one, 2,000 people attended. Really good turnout by people to see those events. And we're also working with Crown Council on chronic offenders and other issues that are plaguing our city right now. And I'll just move to the final slide, please. The other thing I want to talk about that we're doing and that really works is partnerships. And we have incredible partnerships in the city with Vancouver Coastal Health. And I want to give a huge shout out to Vancouver Coastal Health. And our board has done an incredible job through Project Link, working with Coastal Health and coming up with great partnerships and systems that work to keep people out of crisis and keep people on a good track. And through those proactive programs, I know everybody always talks about CAR 87, CAR 88. That's a small piece of it. I'd like to say, in policing, and I'm just going to say, in the general world, when we're talking about public safety, you've got a crisis here. And in this world, crisis will always continue. There's going to be another war. There's going to be another terrorist attack. There's going to be another murder. There's going to be another heat dome. There's going to be another sexual assault. Crisis is going to happen in our communities. People will die. There will be negative things that will happen. And in policing, we have to work left of crisis and we have to work right of crisis. We have to work on the prevention side. We have to protect people and keep people safe. And when crisis happens, we have to work right of crisis to respond, to recover from that crisis and be resilient. And we have to be competent in both sides of that, and we are. But it's important to realize it's not one or the other. In these partnerships, where we're seeing the reduction in calls for service to police in the cohort that we're helping through our mental health partnerships by over 50%, and in hospital visits by over 60%, these partnerships work. I'm going to talk about the defund the police movement because that now, we've seen that does not work. It doesn't work in Vancouver. It doesn't work in Seattle or Portland or San Francisco or other places that have tried it. It grew out of this mistaken belief that you have to have either or. You have to have police or you have to have other social safety net supports. You have to have both. It's not an either or proposition. You need to be strong in both areas and you have to provide proper public safety to the people of this city. All the things I heard about, keeping the streets clean, keeping the needles off the street, the feces, the garbage, keeping our sidewalks clean, all these sorts of things. These are important things that other city departments are doing and they're doing a great job with it. We had the review recently on the VPD. The VPD has been reviewed twice already through, independent operational reviews. We know what we need, we know our business, and we know what kind of resources we need. It's now been reviewed by two independent consultants from the province of British Columbia, Peter Lapine and Peter Lockie, who did two very comprehensive reports looking at how efficient VPD is being run. I'll remind you, aside from the fire department, no other department in the city has ever been reviewed like that. The province made that decision. It was the right decision because they know that we made the business case. The police department is to be properly funded. But I will also say that we do need other social supports, and we're very progressive in our view on that. And the things that we're talking about, like complex care, like supportive housing, we support that. We want to see that happen in our community. We've been talking about that for many years. We want to see core and essential services that are the responsibility of the City of Vancouver focused on, and make sure that you've got your eye on the ball there. We want to see more partnerships with Vancouver Coastal Health. The partnership cars were great. We've got leading edge strategies here in Vancouver that other cities in North America are envious of. We want to see people get more help for mental health issues. We've been talking about that full on since 2008. You can go to see reports, many reports that we've written that are online dating back. Fiona Wilson, who's right here, wrote the first one in 2008. It was 14 years ago where we were talking about this, where we needed more supports. We've done reports on progressive drug policy. We support progressive drug policy. We don't support arresting people for possession of drugs and throwing them in jail and thinking that that's going to do anything. Don't support that.
Sorry, just no comments from the gallery, please. We're just going to let the chief finish. But if you are a registered speaker, you will have time later to address council. Please continue, Chief.
Thank you. I'm just going to wrap up there and just say that we do definitely support progressive social policies that impact public safety. We want to work with you and work together and have a strong public safety strategy for the city involving all different elements of the City of Vancouver, and we're proud to be your police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Palmer. So now this is the last presentation from Staff Council, and you're going to hear from the Board of Parks and Recreation, Amit Gonda, who's the Director of Parks, and Betty Leps, who's the Director of Urban Relationships. And I'm going to control the slides, so just please let me know when you want me to advance.
Perfect.
Want to introduce yourself, Amit?
Yes, it's Amit Ganda here, Director of Parks. I'm just trying to get my video feed going, but it seems to be not working. So,
Sorry, Amit. Also, I'm not sure my slides are advancing, Clerk. Thank you. Okay.
my camera is not working, or it's not picking up the feed. So maybe I'll just proceed with the presentation and then just mention next slide when it's time to move the slide. Does that work? Or will that work?
That works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you and apologies. So thank you and good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Amit Ganda and my pronouns are he and him, Director of Parks, and I'm joined by Betty Leps and her pronouns are she and her, Director of Urban Relationships, to present prioritizing public safety. Next slide, please. Council will recall Park and Recreation's van play priorities of inclusion for residents. Parks and Recreation are gathering places for all people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds, especially highlighted during the COVID pandemic. They're a tangible reflection of the quality of life in a community. Communities are safer as a result of well-managed parks and recreation services that offer healthy activities and programming for all people. Decolonization is reimagining public spaces and their use. We know communities are safer when managed. Next slide, please. So what do? There's a lot we do to improve safety in our community. We are an urban center, we face urban issues, and these issues impact our communities. So what can we do to improve? Well, if we continue to add the following, we know that safety in public spaces improves when parks are cleaned, graffiti-free, spaces are used positively, and relationships are built and exist on the ground. This is park activation, park cleanliness, park rangers, washroom maintenance, and urban relationships. Next slide, please. In places throughout the city, Parks and Recreation has supported community events and programs that seek to connect various members of community and shared creative projects. One such project took place at Annie Livingston Park, which took a harm reduction through the arts approach. It was a collaboration among surrounding community groups and artists, and throughout its run saw more than 800 diverse participants. They connected as they worked side by side and learned from each other's stories. Participants included people with lived experience of substance use and homelessness, vulnerable seniors from neighborhood low-income housing, Ralstown school families, and folks from the False Creek Residents Association. So what is their belief here? Parks firmly believes that if we activate our spaces, we're better positioned in relationship building and not reliant on an enforcement. What started out as requests for increasing patrolling and control in parks has evolved into requests for more artists and art projects. This is just one example of hundreds. Next slide, please. Team Urban Parks, or Team Up, is an interdisciplinary and interdepartmental group that works strategically to develop innovative solutions for complex issues in urban park spaces, with a focus on approximately 20 priority parks in the city's urban core. The work includes strategical collaboration in establishing and building relationships. Staff teams expand park programming to access for diverse populations by activating spaces through arts, recreation, connection to nature, and environmental stewardship. Developing these strategies to sustain park activations, alleviated tensions, and improve safety and park user experiences. Next slide, please. A number of pilot activations were trialed prior to the pandemic in 2019. The focus of this work is to bring the diverse communities who use the park into the same sphere, to give people a chance to share space, maybe learn a bit about each other, and engage as they felt that they were able to. The work had strong, easy access, intergenerational focus powered by the Gil Penaloza's concept of 8 to 80 problem, designing cities for young and old, that we strive to make space safe and accessible for 8-year-olds and 80-year-olds. It's a simple question. How can cities create neighborhoods that work well together? This work included summer pop-up intergenerational dance events at Annie Livingston and Thornton Park, and 21 days of children and family crafts, active games, and sports. This work gathered casual and repeat participants, as well as clusters of watchers and listeners. You could stand and watch for 5 minutes, watch and listen and tap your toes from a distance, or stay, play dance for 2 hours and have fun, safe, engaging experiences. These initiatives provide great opportunities to learn about the logistics of presenting accessible programming in parks, as well as keys to doing work with a community development lens. It's all about relationship building. Providing opportunities to strengthen community connectedness and social belonging are at the core of park activation. Next slide, please. Across British Columbia, including Vancouver, parks and green space and urban centers are facing pressures to accommodate a variety of uses amid growing populations and smaller private living quarters. It is well documented that accessible park spaces and green spaces can improve social, emotional, and physical well-being for residents. However, green space is often unequally distributed and its benefits inequitably received. During the COVID pandemic, park use data by charity organization Park People found park space use by over 150%. 70% of Canadians said their appreciation for park and green spaces increased. 94% of cities indicated that seen increased awareness among municipal leadership of the value of parks in public health and crisis resiliency. 82% of Canadians said that parks have become more important to their mental health. Almost 2/3 of Canadians report they visit parks several times per week. None of this is a surprise. We have firsthand seen it and felt it in the use of our parks. The parks for many are backyards or living rooms for those that do not have access to space. Densification has immense benefits, but within that, the increased pressure on green space only grows. Many have heard of the broken window theory, referring to visible signs of disorder or misbehavior. An environment encourages further disorder and misbehavior. Or garbage attracts garbage, referring to people thinking it's okay to add debris to an existing pile. This all makes spaces feel unsafe. The increasing demands have outpaced the resources to deliver adequate services. Next slide, please. As Council will recall, Park Board approved a ranger model that improves safety in parks and open spaces. Increasing capacity of park ranger services was based on a detailed service review and was approved by the Park Board Commissioners. The park ranger model requires an increase of staffing levels, but without financial support, the model is not attainable. When the plan was approved, it was increased the service model to deliver more services to build relationships, supports, education, and awareness. We have the model, just need the financial support to deliver the full park ranger model that will improve safety and welcoming people to our parks and recreational spaces. Next slide, please. Park washrooms represent approximately 65% of all public washrooms. Safety is foundational for having positive experience of public space. High use and an increased range of uses greatly impacts maintenance requirements and puts more strain on an already overused park washroom system. Keeping up with these pressures to provide clean facilities is a challenge for operations staff who service them. Washrooms should be clean, functional, accessible. They're a basic public service and the right that everyone is entitled to. It's important to recognize that successfully providing washroom services across Vancouver will require continued efforts from both the park board and the city. Many people, including seniors, individuals with mobility challenges, plan their routes by knowing where they can access public washrooms. We recognize service levels of cleanliness and their importance. We're currently working on an increased delivery plan and we'll be bringing that forward. I will now hand this over to Betty for the next section. And next slide, please.
Thanks, Amit, and good evening, everyone. We've heard today, and especially right now with Amit's conversation, around the key importance of relationships throughout all, the collaboration work that's needed, the relationships with community, with spaces, with what we do. And this is new for the Parks Board, Parks and Recreation. And what it is, it's the urban relationships. And what we hope to do is build on community resiliency. And one of the words that come to mind for me is the South African word Ubuntu. And Ubuntu is a quality of life that includes essential human virtues like compassion and humanity. And our goal is to look at all these areas that Amit just spoke about with that lens and be able to build relationships and support people in learning and understanding and work together. And throughout tonight, we've heard about the importance of collaboration. And this is what I call a web of support. Each of us is bringing our expertise, our lens, our work, our life experience with everything that we do, and we're creating this web of support. And with creating that web, our hope is to build resilient communities, resilient individuals that take ownership of their spaces. And we all know that once we take ownership of our spaces, that we see it through a different lens, that we respond to it through a different way, and that we support each other for the success of that environment and that space. So our hope is to create a safe and diverse and equitable space for all to utilize. Next slide, please, and I'm going to pass it back to Amit to summarize.
Thank you, Betty. Parks and Recreation improves the park experiences for everyone and will continue by fostering a system of parks and recreation spaces that are safe and welcoming to all. Our activation of park spaces and services remind us of the benefits and the deliverables. In closing, an example of success is Oppenheimer Park. It involves community engagement through our park planning department that built the relationships. Carnegie and our recreation department activated the park space that strengthened the relationships. Increasing services to washrooms, rangers, and park maintenance to support the space use. It involved working with our partners, engineering, Vancouver Fire, BPD, ACCs. We can't do this alone, and this has been mentioned by many of the speakers this evening. Visiting the park today, you will find positive change and a well-used park that is safe, clean, and welcoming. In Parks and Recreation, we take public safety seriously. We know all of our staff are working at or beyond capacity, yet continue to work hard. We know the pressures in our park spaces are not going away. It's no secret that if we add resource capacity, it will increase safety. I'm going to guess, and you can echo this across all of our partner departments, that resources are a struggle. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I believe that's it for staff presentations. Great. So as agreed, we're going to go through a list of councillors' questions, and I think everybody's on the queue here. So we're going to start with Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Can I ask a point of information first?
Sure can.
Will we have an opportunity for a second round or just one this evening?
If you want to move second round, we have about over 60 speakers, so who are waiting. So, but it's up to council if they want to go for a second round.
Just had a point of.
Are you Did you,
I'm hearing Councillor Digenova as a point of procedure.
I was just wondering if you finished your point of information.
For now, thank you.
Councillor
Just
Digenova?
point of procedure, I understood that there were community groups also presenting.
Yes, we've changed the speaking order is that we have two public body representative speakers. We have two, and then the rest are public speakers.
Okay, but they're not giving presentations alongside staff?
No.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks. If you want to reset my timer, I'm good to go. I've got a number of questions. I'm going to try to go through them quickly, and I'm going to start with Chief Palmer. And that it relates specifically, I want to zero in on e-com, and you had mentioned 88,000 calls go unanswered and deemed 61,000 to be important. We had a motion I brought forward at council highlighting sort of what I call the e-com crisis is an important part of our public safety ecosystem. Are you, at this point or in this venue, are you able to speak to what you see as solutions for that challenge with e-com?
Yeah, some of it I can, some of it I would rather not speak about publicly right now because we do have a lot of work going on, committee work. Howard Chow is actually the head of our committee representing VPD on that. We do have concerns about the way some of the things are being run there. I'll just speak in general terms. I know there's a resourcing issue, like I do acknowledge that, a staffing issue. We do, and I will say like the actual people like answering the 911 calls and the dispatchers and the comm center people are amazing people and they have such an important function in the public safety realm. But we do have some concerns with some of the systemic and decisions we're seeing at a higher level there that need to be remedied. There was a report done by PwC, so there are some good things coming out of that, but more needs to be done.
Yeah, thanks for referencing the PwC report. I've read that. If it was e-com or a variation or evolution of alternative service, I know there's a lot of discussion with the police review release for recommendations today. Would the VPD actually be able to respond to those 66,000 calls today if they came through to you?
They're all going to depend on what kind of call it is. So some of those calls, yes, some of them maybe not. Some of them we may have to turn to alternate response like internet reporting, telephone reporting, not being able to respond and just explain to people we don't have the ability to do that, some of the lower level calls, but we would still have a mechanism in place to record them and get the crime data so we know where things are happening in our city and know how to respond. But you're right, I mean, when you do have more calls for service and more call load, it's more taxing on the officers. That's why when we did do the operational review, it was a 5-year plan. There's still 2 more years to go on that, which would account for those types of gaps.
Okay. I could ask you more, but I want to spread my questions around other departments and I have limited time, so thank you, Chief Palmer. On specifically ACCS and for Sandra Singh, and you had mentioned, taken by a couple things, housing improves well-being and outcomes. You talked about criminalization of drug users. I wonder if you can first of all talk about when you say criminalization, specifically what do you mean? Just so that people are clear on.
Sure. I'll ask Mary Claire, our Managing Director of Social Policy, to speak about criminalization of drug users, substance users.
The term itself has to do with people who are perhaps homeless, perhaps using illicit drugs, having those drugs confiscated from them for reasons because they're being illegal. And it is been told to us by people who do use drugs that some of these individuals do feel over-policed.
Okay,
right?
but you're referring more specifically to the act of confiscation. If we zero into it, that's what you're viewing as sort of a key issue?
Exactly, and there's also a stigma associated with people who are, who may be homeless, who may be on the street, who look poor, and who have very little means, that they experience being asked to move along, feelings of being over scrutinized, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And police often called in to have them removed, that kind of thing, right? That's what we're talking about.
I appreciate that. I'm just keeping going for time. And then I guess on that note, in terms of, and this is directly for Sandra, and with respect to your comment around a lot of this falls under typically or should the responsibility of senior government, but we see it obviously play out in our streets and public spaces. So what do you think the city should be actually focusing, investing in that's most within our responsibility or ability?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it's you know, through the Healthy City strategy and through the Housing Vancouver strategy, there's an opportunity to develop like focused policy and program responses. So I think, I think a thoughtful and well-articulated advocacy plan for senior government around where our priorities are for their investment and the work that we hope that they would do with us would be really critical. I think within our jurisdiction.
Sorry, 1 second. Mayor, can I move for a second round before I run out of time?
Okay,
Second.
all in favor of a second round, yay?
Okay.
Yay.
Thank you. I'll
Any
come back on
opposed?
that. Thank you.
Okay, we have a second round of questions. Councillor Dejanova, you're up next.
Thanks. My first question is for the Vancouver Police Department. And I'm just wondering, as COVID restrictions are relaxed and the economy reopens, what do you foresee will happen with crime and violence and disorder in the city?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we do anticipate that, like a lot of other industries, whether you're talking about airlines and people returning to flights, we're talking about public transit and people returning to that, we're talking about the entertainment business, people returning to restaurants and nightclubs and concerts and things like that. The city opens up, the world's going to open up. We are going to see things return to probably more of a regular type pattern that we see with crime in our city, which will mean a significant increase in property crime for sure.
Thanks. I'm not sure which slide it was, but you explained that the police gets involved in lots of incidents and some of those aren't crimes. Does that mean that all of this work could be handed off to a different agency? These things that weren't specifically in the realm of policing or what you would define as policing. All of that list of other things, would they go to a different agency? How would you see that working?
Well, all the things that we've listed on there are things that we respond to, and we've done, a complete scrub down of the police department and looked at a full review of how we do our operations. And many of those other calls, there is nobody to take those calls, and those are calls that police would take. So we're talking about car accidents, we're talking about missing persons, we're talking about somebody screaming for help, we're talking about domestic violence where there is no assault, but people are still having a domestic dispute and the police need to intervene. So they are the types of calls that you do need trained professionals like police officers to go in, diffuse those situations, de-escalate them, and bring calm back to chaotic situations.
Thanks. Last night, council debated and defeated a motion that I brought forward on looking at expanding CCTV camera. However, some council members had said that they would consider this if the Vancouver Police Department asked for it. No. Mayor? Okay. I'm wondering if you could, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but could you share with us a little bit about whether or not CCTV cameras are a tool that are helpful for police, or if that's something that you would want to engage in conversation with council about?
No, thank you. Don't worry about putting me on the spot. It goes with the territory. I'm totally good with that. It's a good question. So when we're talking about CCTV, I know that sometimes the discussion comes up with the preventative action, aspects of it. Would it prevent crime? There are a lot of studies that will show that, so you can find that, but you can find research on the other side of it as well. But being a police officer for 35 years in the city, I can tell you where the real benefit of CCTV is in the solving of crime, in the investigation. So when I talk to you about left of crisis, right of crisis, left of crisis is the prevention, right of crisis is the crime is being committed, and we use that as a tool to solve the crime and bring people to justice. And we have a whole unit at the Vancouver Police Department called a forensic video unit that reports to Deputy Chief Fiona Wilson, who are specialized experts in dealing with CCTV and breaking down those images. A lot of the images you've seen released publicly with violent crimes, people being pushed downstairs, people having coffee thrown on them, people that have the robbery we just released at the jewelry store recently, those sorts of examples that were, or the Gucci store, the examples that we're putting out like that, CCTV video footage is gold in solving those crimes. And it's great evidence in court as well. The judges and the prosecutors use it wholeheartedly to bring people to justice. So in the solving of crime, it's a no-brainer. In the prevention, you'll get into a debate on it, and I recognize that. And I also recognize it's a complex issue, and you do need to have in-depth conversations with BC Civil Liberties and other groups like that, because it's not an easy conversation, but there's definitely benefits to it. But I understand both sides of that coin.
And just the other part of that question, I have a minute left in this round, is it something that the VPD would want to see expanded in areas, not citywide, not in every corner in our city, but where you see higher crime rates and there aren't those private cameras by businesses in those places, but where there's large gaps in having CCTV cameras.
Yeah, there's certain areas of the city where it would be of benefit. I wouldn't be a fan of just blanketing the whole city with it like we see in other cities around the world, but I think in strategic locations, it does make sense. We do have a good handle on where we have private video from CCTV around the city, but there are some gaps that would be helpful for solving serious crimes in our city.
That's good to know. I'll come back on for questions in my second round. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess the first question is for the General Manager of Arts, Culture, and Community Services. We certainly hear a kind of a political narrative that the social services we provide at the city are scope creep and they are the jurisdiction of the province or whatever, and that we should stick to core services. I'm wondering what things would look like if we weren't providing those sort of social services. Is there the province waiting to backfill it? Are we treading on?
In terms of, maybe I'll offer a few comments and then invite Mary Claire to step in as well. Social services in municipalities across the country are a partnership of multiple levels of government. And so most major municipalities do the type of social granting that we do into the social sector. Other provinces see other types of relationships. So for example, in Alberta, the provincial government funnels their investments in social services as well through their municipalities so that there can be that local targeted allocation of funding. That's not what we do here. But certainly I think the city does have a role, in particular in access to space and in some of our grants at the community level. But certainly we do think that social services, many of them should be, we would like to see more support from the province. For example, sex worker safety, and there's a number of other areas of work that are underway right now that are looking very positive, and we're seeing some really interesting work coming out of the province. For example, some of their work in anti-racism.
Just to put a finer point on it, the political narrative to sort of defund social services that are outside of our scope, what's that going to look like if we went down that road? Would that
I think that will.
affect public safety?
I think it would have a profound impact in Vancouver. It would be devastating, I would say.
So I'm wondering then if I could ask the same question to Chief Plummer. And thank you for your team and for your service. And Chief, thank you for your team and your service. I'm wondering if you have thoughts on the importance of, or should we be diverting some of that funding that we are putting into social services?
No, you definitely need to put some funding into social services, 100%. But I said that in my presentation. It's not an either or proposition. You need to have funding in those areas. But this is going to go back to my other point, where this city has never taken a holistic look at all of its services. And maybe it's money that needs to come from some other department that's not even here today. You need to look at the whole department and have professionals and experts come in. That's why I was so excited about the Auditor General. Like, I'm really excited to have them come in and start looking under their books and under the covers of the city and see where those gaps are and where we can be more efficient, because that's been lacking. And I think when you look at the whole city enterprise as a whole, you're going to find places where we can tighten things up and be more efficient. But you need to invest money in those areas. And the province needs to step up and do their part.
Couldn't agree with you more. And again, and thank you for your service. And I'm sorry to hear about last night's situation. I hope everything worked out okay.
Thank you.
I like what you're saying about this holistic approach. Do you see an opportunity should we be looking towards sort of a Vancouver Agreement 2.0 kind of approach where we're consolidating a lot of those issues and taking a holistic look at safety?
Yes, I agree with that. I think that, local government, provincial government, federal government, and health authorities, arenas like that, we need, and nonprofits, there's a whole bunch of people you could bring into it, but Vancouver 2.0 makes a lot of sense. I think that there was some traction on the first one. I think getting everybody together, there's a lot of, this going on, people pointing in different directions. That's their responsibility. That's their responsibility. And I get the whole idea that, well, they're not doing it, so we've got to pick it up and do it. But something's got to be done because it's not working. Like, we're trying to, rob Peter to pay Paul and not really looking at, I don't think, an efficient review of the entire enterprise or system. It's just too piecemeal and too simplistic, the approach that we're taking.
So, and I think I may have heard it from you, but I've certainly heard it from other places that there's a small coterie of people that are causing a great deal of the sort of, I guess, property crime or just criminal activity.
Yep.
Is that an issue of the province and the courts really that are kind of downloading onto us at the civic level?
Well, I got to be careful what I say about the courts because I don't want to be in a, I'm in the justice system. I don't want to say anything negative about the courts, but I want to say it is a joint responsibility of all of us. Courts are a part of it. Police are part of it. The whole social safety net system where we're talking about poverty, addiction, mental health, homelessness, all those issues that we're well aware of. All of these things contribute. Crime, public safety is all part of that. It's all one big system. And there's just a real lack of cohesiveness where everybody's getting together talking. There's piecemeal stuff going on and some great work, like, as I mentioned, between police and mental health. And there's some other great projects as well at the city and at the provincial level. But nobody's in charge. Like, nobody's in charge of the grand picture, and particularly troubled neighborhoods in our city, like the downtown east side, Gastown, Chinatown. Who's bringing that all together? Like, I've got my areas of responsibility. The fire chief does, Sandra does, Margaret Whitkins does. Everybody's got their piece. We can all talk, but then you've got provincial and federal entities. Some are at the table, some aren't. It's too disjointed. I've always been a big proponent, like in our report on Project Lockstep, and I spoke to the Special Committee Reforming the Police Act on this issue, how we need to have better coordination at the provincial level and have either a minister or a deputy minister, or somebody at a high level of government that can coordinate all of those responses and have a holistic safety plan, because we don't have it right now.
Thanks, Chief. I'm out of time, but I'll.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Thanks so much. And actually, I think my questions follow well from Councillor Fry's. So really appreciate all of these presentations. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I am on childcare duty as well. My first question is for Sandra and her team in ACCS. I'm wondering, I've really appreciated this conversation about the need for adequately funded social services as part of our public safety response. And I'm curious to hear from ACCS if you had more funding, if we were fully or adequately funding the social service work within the city's jurisdiction that you're taking on. Is there more that your department or staff could be doing to improve community safety and well-being, and what would that look like from a ACCS workload or lens?
Thanks for the question. That's a really large question, and I'm not sure I could hone in on a response right now. But what I can say is that there is a lot of work to be done. But again, like as per my presentation, some of the systemic issues are really upstream from us: inadequate income assistance and shelter allowance. It is impossible to live in this city on income assistance. $375 a month for shelter, $375 a month for shelter allowance. You, as a housing provider, you can't maintain your housing at that rate. It's
Sir.
If we had improved income assistance or a greater low barrier economy engagement opportunities, we wouldn't need food. Food security would be addressed from a poverty perspective because people could afford food. So I think there's a number of upstream drivers that are just so foundational to look at. But certainly I could come back with recommendations for more work from the city, for the city side, for sure.
Okay, so that, I mean, I certainly hear, and I think we've heard very clearly, a huge need for the province to be doing more on this front. But my sense, and I know that's a big question. I look forward to hearing back more on what we could be doing within our jurisdiction from a approach of addressing those social determinants of health. I'm curious.
Oh, sorry, one more thing, Councillor. We have a number of report backs coming to Council this spring: decriminalize poverty, anti-racism. So there's the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls report back. So we'll be bringing further recommendations to Council through those report backs.
Okay, appreciate that. I'm curious, and I don't know if actually quite who this is a question for, but as I'm sure many others have been thinking a lot about the 100 deaths that we had in Vancouver from the heat dome last spring, and how we prepare to avoid that in the future. And I'm just interested to hear how that 100 deaths is obviously pretty significant. How does that fit into our shared responsibility around public safety?
Councillor Paul Mokry here. I can speak to that. So we have an extensive effort underway to review the circumstance of the heat dome. Our staff, emergency management staff, have been working with the coroner to really understand that data for Vancouver. And immense amount of work underway across various departments to plan for heat response in the coming years. That's something that we're going to be reporting back to you on before the summer. So you'll get a lot more detail on that.
Okay. Do we think of those deaths and that issue as a public safety issue in the city?
Absolutely.
Okay. Appreciate that. And in my last minute, and again, I appreciate this is a big question. I guess I'm interested in knowing what the biggest needs we have are for the province in terms of how we address and improve public and community safety. I'm not going to try to ask anyone to answer that in 30 seconds, so maybe I'll just go back on the list for now. Thank you all.
For an answer, looking for an answer, Councillor Boyle?
No, sorry, I just said I'll come back on. That was a
Okay,
big
great.
question to throw in at the very end of my time, so I'll come back. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes. Might be on mute, Councillor Bly.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Sure can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So yeah, just expressing my appreciation for the work that was done in the presentations from staff and heads of the various departments. My first question is to Chief Palmer, and you pointed out a number of different stats, and if one was to sort of categorize the various spikes in incidents across the city, the graffiti, problematic vandalism, damage to private property, which is hugely problematic for very, varied reasons, and how that bucket of crime type of incidents relates to those that are more direct, sort of pose a direct risk to one's personal safety. So stranger attacks, physical violence, things like that. Is there anything that you can sort of offer to the public in terms of the crossover of those that are charged with those various types or found to be involved in those various types, and how much crossover there is, or are they quite distinct in terms of those committing those types of incidents and offenses?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So sometimes there's crossover, many times there's not. There's different issues at play. Sometimes with property crime, I don't think it's any surprise that many times there's low-level addiction issues involved and people committing crime, breaking into cars, things like that to support drug habits. And I think that's, well documented and well known in the city. Sometimes on the violent crimes that we're seeing with, assaults on people, shootings, robberies, it really depends. Some are organized crime related. Some have mental health components to them. Everybody's got a different story, but there's many things that play when we're talking about crime and criminality. Some are chronic offenders. Some will have a mental health component to that. Others are just career criminals that are out going to a job every day like you and I go to a job, and that's what they do is they commit crime. So it's a bit of a mixed bag.
Okay, so that's helpful. So you did mention repeat offenders or chronic offenders, and I note in a letter that recently went out by the Urban Mayors Caucus to the Attorney General and the Minister Mike Farnworth, there was a cited stat that basically said that I think it's over 6,300 negative interactions with police were caused or involved only 40 individuals in the city of Vancouver. Can you provide some context? Because to me that number is quite shocking and was certainly an outlier compared to other communities like Victoria, Kelowna, Kamloops, other places like that.
Well, if you want to hear the real shocker, the 40 is just our super chronic offenders that are completely off the chart. So those 40 people that we're talking about there, those people have an average number of convictions of 54 criminal convictions each. The average number of time each of those people has spent in jail is 4,474 days. And the average days per sentence they're getting is about 93 every time they're being reconvicted of a crime. So those are the super chronics. If you back it up and actually look at different levels of definition in different cities, if you go to the highest number, like people that have committed 5 or more property crimes in Vancouver, there's actually 1,964 people like that. But we couldn't possibly manage and come up with plans for 1,964 people. So then we go down to the people that have 12 or more property crimes, and that would be 631 people. And even that we can't manage. So then we go down to our chronic offenders, your basic chronic offenders, which is 83 people, and then super chronics, which are the ones that are, you know, at the really high end of the scale, that's 40. So it's an escalating or de-escalating scale, depending how you look at it. But we've got very good data and numbers, and we do have a chronic offenders unit that does go after people that are committing the most crime in our city. And it is always a small number of people committing the most amount of crime, absolutely. And chronic offenders exemplify that.
Okay, I have another bigger question, so I'll go back on the queue. So just following up to that, you mentioned sort of talking about the city sort of taking a sort of zoomed out approach and looking at all of our departments and how we're working together and the excitement around the Auditor General, Office of the Auditor General. Given those numbers, can you just share a little bit about how that relationship works with the police, the justice system, the province, in terms of being able to zero in on the data that you're referencing, and how, to me, that seems, anyway, I don't want to keep talking, but I just want to understand how is the system working together to help make things better?
Well, I would say under the Solicitor General's ministry, Minister Mike Farmer, things actually work very well. I think the Sol Gen's ministry is functioning well. I think that, you know, they're doing a really good job, and good support from the province for policing in British Columbia through police services and through the minister. There's all kinds of requirements to the province, which, you know, ultimately has responsibility for policing, as we know in British Columbia, like any province in Canada. But there's all kinds of training standards, there's data standards, there's things we have to report, things that we have to track. And in addition to that, there's many things that we track through our board, and also things that we track through the city as well, through our you know, key performance indicators, our annual business plans. There's many, many things that we're tracking and that we're aligned on, but we got good data on a lot of things. But I think where there's still that disconnect, as I mentioned, is that not all of the different areas, because sometimes they're, you know, different government areas of responsibility don't work as cohesively as possible. So just, you know, another example of it would be like, if you think about the downtown east side or the Strathcona neighborhood, where we do get a lot of calls for service and a lot of concerns from residents and people in those neighborhoods, you've got, you know, poverty reduction, you've got employment issues, you've got housing issues, you've got criminal justice issues, you've got attorney general issues, education. There's so many different ministries, social services that all from the provincial government overlap in that neighborhood, but there's nobody really pulling it all together. There's a lot of silos happening in government, and you can see it at, you know, at the city level as well. You've got, again, another layer of bureaucracy that's dealing with these issues, but not everybody is all aligned in one cohesive provincial / local plan, going to Councillor Fry's comment earlier about having more coordination there on a Vancouver 2.0 or whatever you want to call it. But that concept, I think, is a good one.
Thanks. Councillors, I just ask you to give the speakers just some time to answer, because otherwise we go way over the 5 minutes. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, Chief Palmer. Again, I'd like to ask you a question. We've heard many briefings while we've been in this term. And we've also heard briefings from Vancouver Coastal Health and otherwise. So despite the number of times we've had these briefings on the partnership and the work on the mental health front, we continue to hear about people talking about better programs elsewhere that we might emulate. What can you say about that? Are we doing everything we can? Are we coordinating? Should we be looking at other programs from elsewhere? What do you think?
Well, I always think we should be looking at other programs from elsewhere. I think that it's healthy, and that's what we've done over the years, is beg, borrow, and steal ideas and look at best practices and look at what other places are doing in Canada, in the United States, in Europe, other places around the world, because there's a lot of good work happening in public safety and other places in the world. And we try to incorporate that into our business planning in Vancouver. We don't think that we have all the answers. You know, there's some great things with Cahoots down in Eugene, Oregon. There's some great things happening with the STAR program down in Denver, Colorado. There's great things happening in many cities across Canada, and some really good things here. I'll say, like, I'm a big fan of Vancouver Coastal Health, and I give them, you know, props and a shout out all the time, because They are struggling with resources like everybody else, but they really have stepped up to the table, and they've done a really good job of coming forward with progressive programs that we work with them, like ACT and AOT, the 87-88 program, that work well. But I will tell you, like in the assertive outreach team and the assertive community treatment teams, we can always use more resources in those areas. They are so successful. The data has proven that those programs have a great success for the client, for the people that are in crisis, and again, on the left side of crisis, before they get into trouble, not waiting until they've decompensated.
Well, thank you for that. One more thing. There's lots of questions about crime being up and crime being down. And on social media, it's really become the activity du jour is getting, photographs of broken store windows and chronicling all of the crime that's going on. So can you clear this up for us for once and for all? I know you did at the beginning of your presentation, but the concern that we're hearing particularly about street crime, smashing windows, all that stuff. Are we up? Are we down? Where do we go from here?
Yeah, smashing windows are definitely up. I gave that stat. I think it was 48%, something like that. Property crime in general is actually down pre-pandemic levels, but we know that it will creep up as the pandemic starts to wind down a bit. Violent crime is the real concern right now in specific categories, including serious violent crime. What I will say, though, the other thing that I did highlight tonight that I think is really important for council to keep in mind is the amount of crime that is not being reported. It's being reported, but we're not able to capture it because we're not able to answer the telephone and take those reports, which is concerning. So you've got 88,000 times last year people can't get through. That's a problem.
No kidding. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. I was first to Amit Ganda around parks. You raised the issue about the park rangers, and there were really tough decisions in the last operating budget, and you kind of pointed to that. It would help me actually to know what park rangers do to help public safety and reduce crime, and including helping out the homeless people who have, by law, the right to camp overnight. So what do you do, to help them and just in general safety in the parks?
Thank you for that. Maybe I'll start off and then I'll defer to Betty to add some more. But I mean, our park rangers, it's really about engagement. It's really about building relationships, building trust. Our park rangers do an absolute amazing job in understanding the individuals that are in our spaces. We have the encampment piece going on in Crab Park, for example, and our rangers are there supporting, but at the same time working to support those individuals to get the aid or the supports that they're looking for towards housing, et cetera. So they're connectors in some ways to many of the agencies, whether it's ACCs, Carnegie, or BC Housing. But they also are like out there, doing assessments, seeing how people are doing. For many, they are the point person or the only point of contact in many or several of our parks. So that work continues. They bring awareness, they bring education, and they bring resources to those individuals. And maybe I'll turn it over to Betty just to maybe speak a little bit more on that.
And maybe Betty, if you could answer also how many contacts do they have? I mean, how many people do they actually end up really having those close communications with?
Thank you. That's a good question. Right now, what we're looking at, and particularly I could speak to Crab Park, is we're building those relationships and as many people that can come out. So once a week, myself and the park rangers go out on Thursday afternoon to have and welcome any of those sheltering in the park to have a conversation with us. We also give them notice about what we're doing, what's coming up next, seeking out their stories and their opinions, and building those relationships so we can make those crucial connections that will support their safety and well-being. And Amit mentioned this in his presentation about, sheltering the parks and people utilizing the parks. We need to make it safe for everybody who's going to do that, including those sheltering. So finding out what those needs are, but also working with the advocates to support what they're looking for and what they're doing, but really concentrating on who's there, who's in the park, what do we need, and working closely with ACCs, as well as Vancouver Coastal Health, as well as BC Housing, to help ensure that we have enough resources that we can support people in getting and turning them into the direction in which they want to create much better well-being for themselves.
Right. And so just to be clear, the law says that people can shelter overnight, but they have to leave by a certain time. So do the park rangers, do they facilitate that or help people in terms of that?
Yeah, I can take that. Yes, absolutely. So they will facilitate, they will support. Sometimes they need help to do things or perhaps collect their belongings. But again, it's a very conversational approach. Many of these individuals in these parks and our park rangers know them almost to the level by name as individuals, as people who are struggling. So they're very positive conversations. We don't just have overnight sheltering that you would, think just in the downtown east side. These are things that are happening citywide. And these are conversations that are had on a very daily basis in a very productive, very meaningful, very respectful way. So they're there to support that, and to be honest, it's very successful. The conversations are very positive, and we get individuals essentially complying with the bylaw as well.
I'm going to just start a question, and I will come back on the list, Mayor. But to Margaret Witkins, I'm very interested in the public plazas, the Jim Diva Plaza on Davie Street in my neighborhood, for example, and some of the difficulties actually in activating those plazas and what the needs are from the city. I'm going to run out of time, but you can think about this because I'll get back on the list. And yeah,
Thanks, Lefty.
Mayor, it's Jean Swanson here. Could you put me on the speakers list? I'm having trouble with my panel.
Ken, I'll have you for the first round there, Councillor Swanson. Thanks. And thank you, Councillor Carr, for keeping under the 5. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, my first question is to Park Board, to Amit Ganda. You talked about needing resources to deliver public safety, clean washrooms, better lighting, better services. Can you talk about what resources you are looking for to really deliver the services the public are expecting?
That's a big question. I think part of it is we need to come back with what that looks like. But in general, what we're looking, I think what we tried to demonstrate is the work that we are doing with our park activation, the work that we are doing with our washrooms, with the rangers, our operations crews. And to be honest, as Chief Palmer alluded to earlier, it's a bit of a collaboration as well. Like, this is not a one source solution. I think we're trying to kind of look at this holistically as well, as like, how do we work together? Because I think, it needs to tie in, even though we're very different departments. But at the end of the day, we are a city as a whole, whether it's park board, BPD, engineering, etc. So we can come back with a fulsome report on what that looks like. And I think we mentioned that in our presentation, because we want to be able to explain what that means and what the resources and what the gaps are to continue on with that service, so that we are increasing public safety.
All right, that'd be very helpful. My next one's to Margaret Wiggins from engineering. I recognize we don't have anyone from planning here. There's a lot of great community safety work when you look online, and ACS had How We Build a Complete Community that's involved in CEPTED design and planning of how we build cities. Can you talk about some of the implementation of some of the safety work we are doing to make places feel more safe?
Certainly. I mean, I can affirm that CEPTED is a core design principle when we're designing any street or public space. And I maybe would call on Lisa Parker if she wanted to speak to some of the plaza-specific components that have informed our design thinking.
I'm just thinking as well as building design as well, neighborhood design. I mean, we've got the citywide plan. I think it's a huge opportunity for us to design the city with safety and well-being as a big component of it. So Lisa, you could speak to that.
Great, thank you. Yes, Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use. Maybe just kind of building on where Margaret was going with that, is we do really want to embrace and understand the role of public realm as a way of including an inclusive space that really brings a lot of eyes into the space, allowing people to feel really welcomed. There's different ways of having that activation be. It can start from our responsibility, which is really having a clean, functioning space, good sight lines, reliable, good, safe furniture, different pieces of that regard. Also working with partners, with our business partners, for example, that could have different ways of activating that space as a real positive way of welcoming more people. Patios are a good example of where there is a public benefit of that activation. And then also really looking at different ways of utilizing weather protection to offer different ways for people to be coming into the space year round, as well as lighting in the evening as well.
Okay, thank you. My next question is to the VPD, Chief Palmer, and that's really on this idea of a coordinated plan, holistic strategy. In the Rideout, Mr. Rideout's report, it talks about developing policy priorities and goals in collaboration with the city. Can you talk about how moving forward we can really start to work collectively together if that's the goal of creating a holistic safety plan?
Right, so we're doing that now. I mean, right now we do have the business plan that we do work on with the CLT level, and all city departments, including boards, parks, police, library, everybody does contribute to that. So we do have that plan that we work with the city manager on that. VPD has an important component of that with public safety. So there's a lot of work going on, and a lot of that work is already in place. But I think the bigger issue is that VPD's got plans, all the city departments have plans, we have the plan for the whole city, then we've got all the other provincial entities. There's not one big plan that everybody's all dialed into, but at the city level, we actually have that already in place.
Okay, and then you talked about crisis, and there's a left and a right. Can you talk a little bit more of what's being done on the left side?
Yeah, there's lots of stuff. It depends what you're talking about. Are you talking about cybercrime? Are you talking about sexual assaults?
Well, you talked about with the crisis, you're talking about more the preventive stuff. You're talking about the CCTV earlier with DeNovo on the right side, but on the left, you talked about the preventative work that the VPD is doing. Can you talk a little bit more about those relationships and how that's developing?
Yeah, we got tons of stuff going on there. So really, it's even broken down as detailed as specific types of crimes. So whether it's sexual assaults or domestic violence or mental health, we've actually put out a really good report called Community Matters, which is probably about 80 pages long. That'll detail all that for you, and I can send you a link to it. It'll give you a lot of the detail on that.
Okay,
Thanks.
that's my time. Thank you.
Thanks. Chief, you want to stay there? I have a question for you and for, then second for the city manager.
Sure.
I'm just, because you're so familiar with it, and we actually just had a massive report from the province today about Police Act reform. I'm just wondering if you can describe briefly how the Police Act works and how you fit under that act.
Sure. So policing in British Columbia is a provincial responsibility. There is a provincial act called the BC Police Act, which governs police governance. It governs structure, it governs boards, it governs training, it governs departments, it governs the chief of police and what my responsibilities are. It really is a blueprint for how policing will take place in British Columbia. And then the complexity, of course, is you add onto that boards, and then you've got city councils and all these disparate entities, which are all very important, and we all have to work together. But it is, I think when you got provincial oversight on something that really impacts local cities, you do have disconnects. I think that that report, we're still starting to digest it. I've seen, sort of the highlights and the categories. I did have a little bit of a sneak preview on some of it. I think there's some good suggestions in there. I think there is a way forward there that will be positive. We're going to get into it in detail and see what we have to take, because I know there will be actions that we're going to have to take as a police department and things that will impact the city. But I'm excited about the review. I think it's a positive step going forward. But I recognize as city councils, you do have this higher level of government that's kind of looking down on how policing's done, which can create problems.
So under the act, the province appoints a board essentially who
Yes.
hires you, and you have control of police operations almost exclusively, right? Is that how you understand it, really?
Yep, so the board's main responsibility, so it's a 9-member board. Your worship, you chair it as the mayor of the municipality. There's 1 city appointee, there's 7 provincial appointees. The biggest board in BC would be 9, which is Vancouver, but you will have smaller cities that will have 7 or 5-member boards for policing. The board's responsibility includes, from a governance perspective, would include policy and procedure approval, the budgets and finance approval, hiring and firing the chief, strategic direction. We just came up with a new VPD strategic plan from 2022 to 2026. So they look at those high-level governance issues, similar to many other boards and many other sectors. that boards would have responsibility for. And the day-to-day operations are ultimately the responsibility of the chief constable. So, I mean, the board would not have expertise on how to investigate, homicides or major crime or sexual assaults or these sorts of things. So that's where you have the professional staff that deal with the day-to-day operations of the department.
Thanks so much. And for the city manager, there's a well-publicized review by the province on our budget and that's been resolved. So I just, if you can just, we mostly know this, but I think it's important for the public to know. So over the last 4 years, just how have the police budgets worked, as they come to council? How much have we fully funded our requests? Maybe what's the total of the money we've spent over the last 4 years on policing? Maybe you can start with those.
Certainly. So for the last 4 years, the city has funded the requests that have come from the Vancouver Police Board. As you indicated, Mayor Stewart, in 2021, there was a dispute. Ultimately, the police board's expenditures exceeded their original request, and then that request was subsequently supported by Director of Police Services. So the board was fully funded, in fact, spent beyond that for 2021. For 2022, the city council approved a budget that was consistent with the police board's request. I don't have the total number the chief may know, but in terms of proportion of the city's budget for 2022, police services represents 21% of the city's operating budget.
Great. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks very much. Now, Councillor Swanson, you are going to advance you because you haven't gone yet. So let's see if this works. Oh, I think it did. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Okay, thanks. I think these questions are for Sandra Singh. So in my mind, the worst safety crisis that we're having is the poison drug crisis, which is killing probably more than one person a day in the city. So I'm wondering what the city is doing to ramp up our response to the need for a safe supply.
Thank you for the question. I'll offer a few brief comments and then I'll invite Mary Claire Zach to speak. So as Councillor, as you know, we are actively in discussions with the federal government around the Section 56 exemption request, which is absolutely critical. We have 2 council motions underway right now that we're responding to, one on safe supply, as well as beginning the review of the 4 pillars drug strategy. The team continues to engage the CAT in partnership with VCH. And Mary Claire, is there anything else you'd like to hear?
Just briefly, that we will be reporting back to the motion on safe supply in the coming months, and the staff have just started actually the engagement with residents on that whole process.
Okay, second question, thank you, is one of your slides talked about the alternative to street cleaning. And I wondered when we're going to get the report on that and what is it likely to recommend?
That report will be coming in July. Community groups as well as peers are providing us with feedback on what those alternatives will look like. It's looking like more programming that will involve peers working with people, connecting them to services, and finding ways to keep the streets and the environments clean, which everybody wants. Through that kind of a peer-led kind of programming. So that's just an initial, still in initial stages. There'll be more to come.
Okay, thank you. I wonder if you could, Sandra Singh, if you could elaborate a little bit on the impact on safety of having welfare rates that are too low to eat and pay their rent on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think as council knows, for example, a single resident in British Columbia right now, the monthly rate is about $1,000. Shelter allowance is about $375. SROs are often considered the last resort of housing before homelessness, and the average SRO rent now in Vancouver is $560. So this is a system that's driving people into homelessness. and desperation. And so I think that it's quite a profound structural deficit that collectively we need to resolve in partnership with senior government.
Thank you. That's good, even though it's bad.
Okay, thank you. I think we're on to our second round of Councillor Dominato. Did you go in the first round? Okay, I can put you next if you like. Go ahead.
This question is probably directed to Sandra, and it's just around, I think I heard in your update that you referenced that there's some work that's been undertaken around when people are in mental health crisis that, and they called 911, there be another option to pursue, because right now, ask police, fire, ambulance. I believe, and I've only had a chance to skim the province's recommendations that came through today, but I see that is part of the recommendation, something to that effect. Is there a possibility, are we duplicating work in that regard, or is this something that we'll be building on? We've been having these conversations provincially, and so it just sort of dovetails with the recommendations that are coming out now at this time.
I'll ask Mary Claire to speak to that. Her team is leading that work.
We're hopeful that this will be a dovetail. We have a working group with representatives from community on that Public Safety and Solicitor General has asked to join precisely for that reason, so that there can be that synergy. So we're looking forward to that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Is it? Okay, on to the second round. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I want to pick up where I left off with Sandra. And really zero in on this, because I had asked the question, and I think I asked what was within our responsibility, but also our ability. And you were just starting to convey around the opportunity to put forward sort of clear advocacy plan for senior government. And so just to flesh out this question a little bit, and in terms of what we've heard from Chief Palmer as well about sort of disparate departments, funding, et cetera, I'm seeing a common theme. You mentioned, for example, that people prefer peer outreach of teams or possibly security guards versus a police intervention. I've heard Chief Palmer talk about the importance of things like expanding Project Link to keep people out of crisis, more of the mental health interventions. And then we've heard a bit about sort of, as I said, these disconnect. Is there an opportunity, I guess two-part question, can you sort of finish what you're starting earlier around what you envision being in that advocacy ask? And is there an opportunity to synthesize those efforts and work together with one holistic model and submission?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, I think absolutely it's critical to work in coordination with the multiple organizations that all contribute to safety. So absolutely, I would agree with Chief Palmer that type of coordination and collaboration is critical. In terms of like the work that we do in ACCS around the social determinants of health, we do work in partnership with VCH. We liaise with VPD and work in partnership with them on initiatives with various ministries. But the platform for that type of coordinated action is usually some type of strategy or policy. The Healthy City Strategy was the social development policy for the city. We do need to update it. That's a critical piece. And to take that coordinated, focused look at how all the pieces fit together. But we do need some time and space to do that type of strategy development. If I were to identify some senior government advocacy priorities right now based on the work we're doing in ACCS, the pieces that I'd be focusing on, and of course I'd want to go back to my team and hear more from them, but just off the top of my head, it's Section 56, safe supply, number one. We need that. A supportive housing strategy, a regional supportive housing strategy, not just what's happening in Vancouver, but how is supportive housing being deployed across the region, and a regional homelessness strategy. I think we need, as I mentioned, income assistance reform. It's absolutely foundational, and continued intensified support for VCH and public health regions around mental health and substance use. So those are some of the things that come to the top of my mind. Of course, I'd like to consult with my team, and I'm sure Paul has his thoughts on that as well.
Okay. I guess the question being, in terms of, you said that policy work needs to be updated, and I know policy work can take some time, but you were able to rattle those off because you've got deep knowledge, you're pretty intimately familiar with some of those high-level So given the severity of what we're seeing playing out in our streets because of those, I'll call it gaps for people, which I think is failing them, as well as creating issues for residents broadly and generally across the city, do we have an opportunity to advocate or expedite the advocacy piece at a high level?
I think that would be a question for Paul and the CMO to speak to intergovernmental relations around that.
Okay.
So thanks, Councillor, for the question. I mean, to some extent, I think council plays a big role in that as well, in terms of taking positions. A lot of these are issues that are the subject of ongoing discussion with the province in particular now. So it may be that that's an outcome of this process, is there's an ask or a position that's formulated by council that we would then kind of work with to convey to the province.
Thanks, Paul. That's where my mind is going. You picked up on that. Okay, and then I'm going to use my last minute. I just want to direct a question to Amit in Parks, and I was interested why you didn't put encampments more front and center, since that's has such public safety issues, both for people in the camps and for residents in surrounding neighborhoods. There was no sort of visual reference to that in your presentation.
Yeah, I think we wanted to look at or provide an overall context of what Parks is doing, and I think I really want to speak to more to the activation piece. I think that's a bit of a gap that we're trying to build on. I think we spoke to some of the work at Annie Livingston Park, at Oppenheimer Park, and they've resulted in very strong results with community engagement and positive interactions. And I think I didn't want to bog down on the encampment piece alone, because even at the encampment at Crab Park, we're actually seeing quite a bit of success in the activation piece with the communication with the people at the park as well. But today's presentation was really a holistic approach across the park board system, and so it wasn't really just to focus it on one park specifically.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Dejanov, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. My first question is for Sandra Singh and Arts, Culture, and Community Services. You talked a little bit in your presentation about the washroom initiative. Can you tell us about crime or safety issues related to these washrooms?
Well, I think that these washroom trailers have proven to evolve into really important social service hubs that have provided safe space for community members that would otherwise not have access to washrooms, and so would be using alleyways or alcoves, as well as providing safe oversight of use, as well as connecting to health and services. So I would say they've proven to be really important in terms of, and also for safe reporting of crime. And so I think that that they've turned to be, we started them as washroom trailers, and they've evolved into actually really important low barrier service hubs that enable us to connect folks that are really at risk into supports.
Okay, thanks. I'm trying to figure out if there are vulnerable and marginalized people that are served by these washroom trailers, or that we want to see served, that don't feel safe because of crime and safety that has happened around them. I've sent this question in before, but I'm wondering if you can comment on that. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, sure. The targets for the washroom trailer are communities that are at risk, and so we're really focusing sex workers. The washroom trailer at the Astoria as well. They're around the community there.
I'm not asking for specific numbers. Just wondered if there have been, regular incidents of crime or, questionable, activities that would go to put the people who are using them at risk.
Well, historically, these populations that Sandra Singh mentioned are at risk and are at risk of victimization. So sex workers, for example, we can't forget the missing and murdered women. So the idea of having a safe space to go that's monitored by people that they trust is hugely important.
I totally understand. I was just wondering if you could tell us, have there been any crime or safety concerns in the washroom?
No, not in those ones. No.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Can I also ask, just like long-term outcomes, and this question for you as well, or your team, Sandra. I'm wondering, can you tell us a little bit more about long-term outcomes of people who've moved into the social housing facilities that are, sponsored by, the city and that you and your team work with? Like, how many of these people, manage to find employment or be a part of a social enterprise, or are able to maybe even eventually move back into market housing?
I'll ask Celine Mobilis, our Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services, who's on WebEx, to start a response to that. And I do know that BC Housing has additional data that we can tap into and get to you after this. So Celine?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. We know that safe, secure, and affordable housing is really the basis of wellness, individual wellness, and supports community safety as well. We've done quite a bit of research with BC Housing on the impacts of supportive housing and have shown, and I don't have the exact stats in front of me, I think it was actually in the slide deck that Sandra presented, but we know that in terms of general health and well-being, improved connections to education and employment services, there are significant positive outcomes for people once they have safe and secure housing.
Could you maybe send us some numbers on that afterwards?
Definitely, I can send the link to the research report that was done.
Thanks so much.
Counselor, sorry, if I could just correct one response. We were aware of some challenges at one of the washroom trailer sites, and we worked in partnership with the operator and liaised with VPD around that site.
Great, thanks so much. I had a question for Parks. Maybe if we have more questions later on after speakers, I'll just put it out there. I'm wondering if you can tell me how many interactions have there been where park rangers have had to call the police annually? Do you have a figure on that? Maybe
I don't have.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have that figure on hand, but that's something that we can look into it and provide.
Great, thank you very much.
Councillor Carr, 5 minutes.
Yeah, great. Rather than go to Margaret Wiggins, the questions got answered because Councillor Wee picked up my train of questioning, so I feel confident in the information that you've given. So I'd like to turn to a different question to Sandra Singh. I am really disturbed by the increase in hate crimes and racism-based crimes, but no one tonight has talked about the role of social media in this. And I'm just wondering, and the role of social media in general in terms of public safety is increasingly being blamed as a factor in the increase in hate crimes. So I'm wondering, what is it that we could do as a city to kind of counter the social media divisiveness that is at the root of a lot of the hate crimes?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, Councillor, because I think we're seeing increasing polarization and divisiveness across many different platforms of communication and engagement, social media being one that, and the internet being one that is very accessible, very wide-reaching, and emboldening in many ways, and kind of, being coming from the public libraries and watching this transition over decades. I actually worked in a .com in a social media community at the turn of the century, to say that, and it's been a profound change from the type of dialogue and community at that time that we were building there to what you see now. I think from the city point of view, certainly, public campaigns, public awareness campaigns are really important. The Ministry of the Attorney General in their multiculturalism and anti-racism branch is doing some really interesting work and good work around anti-racism, including looking at implementing provincial reporting options for folks, safe reporting. And so I think staying connected with the province and at our own level, looking at what we can do as a city and what we in our own services, as well as public kind of public promotion. Mary Claire, is there anything else you? That's it. Thanks.
I think as many events as we can have that bring people together and I think foster a greater public understanding and actually appreciation and joy in the differences between people.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have one question for Chief Palmer. You talked about the CAR 8788 and mentioned a reduction in incidents by something like 50 to 60% due to intervention. I'm not quite sure what kind of incidents that you were referring to and what the plans are of VPD in terms of expanding sort of alternative approaches to resolving conflicts like CAR 8788.
Right. So thank you for the question. CAR 87, CAR 88 doesn't result in a reduction in incidents. The programs that result in the reduction in incidents of 50% for police calls for service and 60% for emergency room visits are the ACT and the AOT programs, which are the proactive programs, whereas CAR 87, CAR 88 are reactive programs, so somebody's already in crisis. And I'll go back to my left of crisis, right of crisis. ACT and AOT are left of crisis. They're proactive. They're dealing with people in the community before they decompensate, before they get into trouble. And we're able to track that cohort of people and see the number of visits they had pre-involvement in the program, post-involvement in the program. And VPD and Coastal Health have shared data on that through a data sharing agreement. And we've seen incredible results. But 87, 88 would be after somebody's already in crisis and then we're responding.
So why don't you tell all of us here what that program does in terms of actually preventing then?
Sure. ACT and AOT actually do a lot. So ACT is sort of community treatment. AOT is a sort of outreach teams. Both of those are proactive in that ACT will provide wraparound services. So it'll include housing, counseling, different ministries are involved with health, with police who are part of the team as well. And we look at a plan for that person. Like it's almost like you consider when you go to a doctor and you've got a health issue and the doctor looks at you and comes up with a plan for you, what needs to be done to get you on a better path in life. ACT will do that. Sometimes it will get people into housing care, proper supportive housing, get them on medication, get them seeing a counselor, that kind of thing, and keep them on a good path in life. Assertive Outreach Team is a program we run from 7 in the morning to 11 o'clock at night, 2 shifts every day, where police officers and mental health professionals sit down and we look at the people that are at highest risk to decompensate in our community. So people that are having high incidents of contact with police and healthcare professionals, hospital visits, police calls for service, and we visit them proactively in the community, knowing that they have mental health issues. They haven't got to the point of decompensating where they become the subject of a 911 call, but we visit them, you know, in their SRO, in their residence. It could be under a bridge. It could be anywhere. We'll visit people proactively, a police officer in plain clothes, low key. Sometimes they don't even know they're a police officer, with a psych nurse usually. And we'll check in on that person. We'll see how they're doing. And maybe they've missed a visit to the Strathcona Mental Health Clinic. Maybe we have information they're off their medication, but we do an assessment right there and see, do they need medication? Do we need to take them to the clinic? Do we need to take them to hospital? In some cases, the nurses can give medication right on site. So it's a great way that we're able to keep people on track in community in a very supportive and caring way without them having to have contact with police in a negative way or having to go to a hospital when they're already in crisis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we're still got a ton of speakers waiting to get on. I'll just remind you as we're kind of getting to the last of our second round of questions, Councilor Weave.
Okay, I'll follow up on that. Palmer, if you want to stay there, please. The preventative stuff's really important to me, and so I'm just wondering how much of our budget are we spending preventative versus reactionary? And is that seeing the same increases over the last couple of years, recognizing crises we do face in the city?
Right. I don't have that breakdown for you. And I'll say as far as our budget, it's been 20 to 21% of the city budget going back over 3 decades.
No, I'm talking about...
I don't know what it is, the breakdown though right now. I couldn't tell you between proactive and reactive.
Okay, and recognizing that some of these reactive can be a good business strategy, and we've seen the peer action crisis teams in North Shore and New Westminster really reduce the burden on some of the police calls. Are those the type of things that you think would help make sure that you're able to get to the calls as quickly, response times as quickly as we want, and deal with the police services you want to see your police officers at?
Well, those are the things that we're already doing in Vancouver. And those are the things that those other jurisdictions have actually taken the ideas from Vancouver. So a lot of those programs you're talking about that reduce the calls for service for police and healthcare, those are the ones that we piloted in Vancouver a long time ago that we started here first.
Okay.
So we're doing that.
Thank you. My next question is to Sandra and the team. Some of these numbers are really hard to see. I mean, I'm sorry, they're easy to see, but they're disturbing. The 2,100 plus new outreach visits, right? And I was just with the Greater Food Bank. They're seeing over a dozen new people show up to register for the food bank. So these are really difficult, and it seems to not be a good trend. How do we, one, start to deal with this trend, and how do we show this to the public? Because when I look at the Healthy City dashboard, which we just did, the numbers are from 2014, and I'm wondering, these are really important numbers for the public to see. Is that something we're going to look at moving forward with?
So the Healthy City dashboard is an active dashboard that in fact just actually received some updates with disaggregated data. So if you haven't gone in to look at it, it's even more impressive. And the dashboard will be updated with as the new census data is released, and it will enable us to track that. And I think these are really, it's really important data to inform our discussions with senior government. And as well, it informs the social policy team and the housing and homelessness services team when we do grant reviews and look at grant recommendations. And so we really do, this social data also informs our input into plans like the Vancouver plan and the capital plan. And
so is that something that we could see more of these social determinants of health and well-being on a public screen? Because I think it's really important for us as elected officials to do really good evidence-based and kind of show the trends, see where it's best to spend money for public safety. And so it'd be great to have those numbers in a public setting and to really have some of those social determinations of health, because I think they are really important. And when the public starts to hear that their neighbors and colleagues over a dozen a day are starting to sign up for the food bank, that really kind of hits at home that this is a really important issue in the city to start supporting. So it'd be great to get that data. Thank you very much.
Elevate that.
Appreciate it.
Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. I just have one question as to Chief Palmer, if I may. I'll wait till you come up. A little preamble to my one question, but recognizing we're hearing from all the different agencies and partners that the issue of public safety and people's sense of security and safety is complex. There's a whole myriad of factors involved. And there are people who are deeply concerned about public safety and their well-being, and at the same time are naturally demanding action and accountability from the city. And I say that largely, collectively, the city. You've been doing this a long time. What would be your advice be to us? Because I think at times many of us feel helpless. We see this going on. We have share the concerns. But what would your advice be to us as a council in terms of things that we could focus on that are squarely in our sort of lane in terms of the city, things that are within our control, if you like, controllables, and things that you think we should continue to advocate for to maybe other levels of government? But I know it's a big question, but would you be able to kind of succinctly give me a sense of what you would advise us if you were like a special advisor to?
Okay, it is a big question. We could talk about that for a long period of time, but I think I'll try and boil it down to a fairly simple answer. I will say that I think we have to look at what our different responsibilities are in life, in government, in our place, and what we're doing here. So I think at the city, when we're looking at core and essential services, I think, community services is important, the fire department's important, police is important, engineering is important, street cleaning is important, policing, public safety, all those things are very important. The province does some amazing work too, and they have a lot of important entities that are outside of the civic purview, but have a huge impact on the civic purview. I would say the one area in government, like as far as advocating for more help, more resources, and really supporting would be Vancouver Coastal Health. And like when I was listening to my colleague Sandra Singh talking earlier, like I agreed with the things she was talking about when we're talking about important things like safe supply, supportive housing, complex housing, dealing with homeless issues, dealing with mental health supports. Vancouver Coastal Health has their finger in all of those pies, and they are stretched so thin, and that health authority is also trying to deal with people with heart attacks and broken legs and cancer, and like, my goodness, like that entity is pulled in every different direction but Sunday, and they need help, and it will ultimately help us. So I think Coastal Health, we need to support them 100%. That's, all the things I've seen over the years, that would be probably the biggest bang for your buck, is getting more support from that area. They're doing their best, but they need more as well.
No, I appreciate that, and I recognize probably do this for hours, but there are a lot of people waiting to speak, so
Yes.
and ask us questions, and so I'm going to pause there. Thank you.
Councillor Fry, you're last on the list.
Yeah, and I'll try and keep it pretty quick. Sorry, Chief, it's for you. Sorry. And I want to, kind of end this on a bit of a high note, because I heard you say that you're predicting that violent crimes are going to start declining, and I Googled, obviously I'm assuming in the context of the pandemic, and I was Googling pandemic increased violent crime, and it seems that this is kind of a trend all over the place, and it's especially hitting low-income communities. And so I don't want to assume causation correlation, but can you explain where this connection between the pandemic and the rise in violent crime is coming from?
Well, one thing I've seen too is just a lot more tension in society. Like people, I think, are feeling more anxiety. I think, mental health issues, anxiousness. People have been cooped up. People don't have access to all the same resources and supports with family and other mechanisms they may have had before. There's more isolation. There's more opportunity as well for people that are of a criminal mind, because there's, less people out on the streets, and people can, perhaps think that they can get away with things. I do anticipate, like, as the pandemic starts to wind down a bit, we will see more of a leveling towards traditional crime statistics. But, the thing that I will say on that is every year you look at crime, you're going to see up or down a few percent, up or down a few percent, property crime, violent crime. That will continue. I think, the important thing is to have really good systems in place where you're dealing with root causes, but when you're dealing with the actual crime, when it's being committed, know where it's being committed, what types of crime, and have good plans to address it. That's where the analytics are really key, and you dig into the details, not just this broad category of violent crime, property crime, but get into the nuts and bolts of it. Is it sexual assaults? Is it stranger attacks? Is it violent shoplifters? Is it people breaking into Honda Civics? Like, whatever it is, we can do all that kind of work. We have that ability, and that's where we're really good at surgically attacking those types of pockets of crime when they come up in our city.
Yeah, thanks. And I did hear Sandra Singh mention that mental health issues were prevalent in United Nations reports. And,
yeah.
And I guess, but I obviously we have our own unique context as a West Coast city, and we're special in our own way, but we're not an anomaly in the sense that violent crime has increased here
We've been seeing it increase throughout North America. Like when I talk to my counterparts across Canada and down in the United States, they have seen violent crime go up in many jurisdictions across North America.
I look forward to that trend reversing. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Council. That's it for questions to staff. Now we're going to start in on speakers. We have, for order of procedure, Councillor Dejanova.
For my mic to go on. My question is, and I'm trying to pull up the procedural bylaw, but I note that we will have a number of speakers and that there have been some interruptions, and I was just hoping to ask you the question if that's something you're going to address as the interruptions happen, or if you could possibly caution the gallery.
Yep, thanks for the point of procedure. I'll deal with that as chair. Thank you. Okay, the first speaker is Caitlin Etherington. By phone, Caitlin Etherington.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, thanks. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council. Thanks so much for calling in tonight.
Great. As the mayor mentioned, my name is Caitlin Etherington, and I'm one of the operations directors for Vancouver Coastal Health. And I need to take a moment of our 5 minutes to just thank all of our colleagues and partners who have been presenting this evening on all of their collaboration and hard work. It's been really interesting listening in. I'm here today with Miranda Compton, who's on the phone, and Dr. Sadhu, who's in person. And is our slide up? Is our intro slide up?
I'm just going to check with clerks. Slides are up. Yep,
so
please.
They'll be.
Oh, it's coming.
Okay,
just one second. Yeah, it's just coming. I'll just stop your timer. Oops, I'll stop your timer there, and let's wait for the clerks to get your slide up.
And I can just keep on talking.
I'll just, if you keep talking, that's great, and we'll just pull your slides up. Okay, here it comes.
Okay. So they're going to be speaking to some of the services that we either have in place or coming online soon in Vancouver that aim to address the unmet health needs of our community. But as they do that, I do want to just reflect on some actually recent comments that were made by the chief and by Councillor Fry about our place in the system in healthcare, and just confirm we're definitely seeing pandemic-related rise in mental health concerns. And we see that in who's coming into the hospital and how they're presenting and how many people are coming into hospital. And I think it really makes sense that that's also manifesting in what we're hearing from community members about what they're seeing on the street. So that's a real thing that's coming up in our healthcare system right now in Vancouver and beyond, for sure. And we also want to just caveat the reason we're speaking to certain programs, certain healthcare programs tonight that are outlined on the next slide before we get into them, within the context of this evening, which is really dedicated to violence prevention. And be super clear that our mandate in health, specifically in community services outside of the hospital, is to support people with moderate to severe mental health and substance use or chronic diseases. And those folks are significantly more likely to experience violence than to perpetrate it. So our focus at Vancouver Coastal Health for these programs is to do a better and better job supporting the wellness of these community members to keep them safe. Also understanding and not wanting to undermine the reality that at times people with unmet health needs, for instance, people who are experiencing psychosis, can be the perpetrators and have been the perpetrators of violence in our city. And we know that's very real and very traumatizing and really troubling as community members and as individuals. But we do need to highlight that our programs and talking about them tonight are really not about equating mental health, substance use, or homelessness with violence. And it's really about keeping all of us, including people who are experiencing these issues, well and safe. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Miranda and ask you to switch to our next slide to walk through some of our community programs before Dr. Sidhu comes on.
Thanks, Caitlin, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. On this slide here, you can see some of the key components of the work on the ground that we are undertaking to reach those who need our services the most. So VCH works with many partners to build out and strengthen our mental health and substance use system of care. This includes working on our continuum of care across the spectrum from prevention and early intervention, strategies to address the toxic drug supply, clinical and wellness supports, and initiatives to support long-term recovery. And we've had some significant new investments over the past year towards our efforts. These have been geared towards expanding our outreach capacity in our primary care sites and embedding clinical services in our new housing and shelters, building up outreach teams to provide on-the-ground support to link people to the services they need, increasing our capacity for withdrawal management and treatment supports, and ensuring robust supports for the people in our community who are precariously housed through new homelessness investments and complex care housing initiatives. And we're really grateful that the city passed a motion with unanimous support for our plans for a recovery community center at yesterday's council meeting. So lots of work underway, and now over to Dr. Sidhu just to touch on our urgent mental health response.
Thanks, Caitlin and Miranda. And again, thank you everyone for having us participate. VCH is very happy to be at this table and be part of this conversation. Health, as you know, transcends every aspect of our lives. I'm a psychiatrist. I work at VGH on the medical and surgical units because mental health transcends every domain of healthcare. I was going to give some specific examples of how we are working in the community with our police partners, but Chief Palmer, he stole my thunder, and did a very excellent job at doing so.
I could you move your mic just a little closer to your mouth?
Sorry, he did an excellent job at.
You can move
this one.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. He did an excellent job at doing so and describing the assertive outreach team, the assertive community treatment team, and CAR 87 and CAR 88. I do want to say that we cannot do our work without that partnership. The officers that work on those teams work closely with our nurses and our clinicians and our physicians. We go into very interesting situations at times, but with the utmost of attention to trauma-informed practice, to interactions that we know could be potentially traumatizing. The police that are involved in these situations are excellent, incredibly thoughtful and nuanced in those situations. So we need more of that. And when it comes to the dashboards, and all of us look at different dashboards with respect to metrics, the metrics that we look at with respect to AOT and ACT are some of the most impressive that I've seen. Right across the board, we see reductions in, as Chief Palmer mentioned, ER visits, days in hospital, violent crimes, negative interactions with police, criminal justice interactions. So really a really important partnership we have with the VPD. Again, I am incredibly grateful to be here. I know I speak for Miranda and Caitlin in that way as well. It's been very helpful to hear the comments so far, and we look forward to the discussion that's going to ensue, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Is that it for the crew from PCH? Great. Okay, Councillor Weeb, you have a question? Up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I'll keep it quick. The social determinants of health and well-being, it would be great to have as many of those indicators that you're looking at as we try to tackle this issue collectively and create the holistic plan. So I'm wondering, would you be open to working with our staff on putting together those social determinations of health and well-being so we can see how much is being funded to go in what programs? Because I think it's really helpful when we're trying to make decisions on how to do a holistic plan on community safety, when we know what's working, what's not working, and just some of the numbers and data. So is that something you think you could work with our staff to put forward so we can have better decisions moving in the future? I'm not sure who from Vancouver Coastal Health.
Vancouver Coastal Health, any?
This is Miranda. I'll just say, yeah, I mean, we're pleased to work on this. I think we do have quite a bit of work underway with our population health under public health here and the Healthy City strategy, where we look at a lot of these determinants of health, but always looking for other partnerships, as we know this is fundamental to everything that we do, is ensuring that everyone has equitable access to these determinants of health.
Okay, and then for one last question, really determining kind of what the plan is for the next 3-5 years, how do we, can you talk about your plan for more recovery beds, more funding, and where the gaps might be that the city can help support? I know that we're working on a facility at First and Clark, but like, what are the gaps so that we really know as a public where we need to really push supports or advocacy or really support the work you're doing?
Thanks. This is Miranda again. I'll just take the first crack at this. Yes, you mentioned First and Clark, and this is such an important project for us. You know, we're eager to see groundbreaking on that site because, it's going to be a transformational site for our withdrawal management program. And, we're really, our big focus is to build out the continuum of services. So it's yes, beds are important, but the whole system around it are equally important. So ensuring that we have really great clinical supports to really assess people and make sure that, a withdrawal management bed is the right option for them. And there's many opportunities for outpatient treatment and other supports that we can connect people with. And then also, crucially, supporting people as they're transitioning out of a withdrawal management program. So we have some new investments from the ministry towards stabilization beds. The planning for that is in the works. And so, just advocating with us for, additional investments in substance use and addiction services is always helpful. But just really helping to advocate for a continuum of services. That it's not about any one part of the continuum, but we need the whole spectrum.
Okay,
so,
I have 9 seconds
we
left, so yes, no answer. Are we able to be part of the preventative work? No.
62 people to get to, and I just remind councillors, like, we're up for, at the current rate, 15 hours, so, questions are your right to do, but there have been people waiting for almost 2.5 hours now, so Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I have one question for Dr. Sidhu that I want to zero in on, and that was really when you said, and I think I quote literally almost, is that we cannot do our work without the VPD and how valuable this partnership is. So what we hear all the time is just send a social worker instead, or a social service type of individual that's trained because we don't want a police response. Mm-hmm. What do you say to that in terms of the reality of what's out there? And I preface this by saying that I had the opportunity with Councillor Dominando to do spend an afternoon and do an outreach session and ride along with one of the ACCs teams. So can you describe to people what that's really like and why you feel you need both?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I should also say there's a spectrum of individuals that we're interfacing with on these teams. And sometimes maybe a social worker would feel very comfortable. I've polled my social worker colleagues, and they know the clientele, many of the clientele that we do see in hospital. And these individuals are some of the most ill from the perspective of psychopathology, concurrent disorders, whatnot. And some of those situations can be challenging to maintain one's own safety from a healthcare provider perspective. You're meeting these people on the streets, sometimes in alleys, sometimes in SROs, in unpredictable scenarios. So that, when I've spoken to those working on these services, and I've asked them point blank these questions, and they have told me themselves that they did not feel that they could complete their jobs because you can't really predict what kind of scenario you're going to go into. And I think you probably saw yourself, like the relationship and how the police and the clinicians interface with one another in these scenarios.
So in a situation where you're dealing with those particularly challenging cases with people with very complex problems, in the event that we followed what we hear a lot from sort of various advocacy groups, and would those people just not receive a response then because some of your staff would just feel unable or unsafe in going?
I'm not aware of any scenario where we needed to attend to where we didn't attempt in some way or interface in some way. Not all people need the service of AOT or ACT. I can highlight another service that we have that I think everybody in the city should know about. That's the assessment and treatment access and assessment and access center at VGH. And essentially that's a 7-day-a-week urgent care clinic for mental health. I think somebody did ask a question earlier in the evening about, do we have any innovative strategies? Should we be looking elsewhere? We have, and we continue to do so, but people look at us as well. This was one of the first clinics in Western Canada of its make where we had an urgent care clinic specifically for mental health. And at this point, they're getting 200 calls per day, many walk-ins per day. In the past, the only entry into the mental health system was through the emergency room, which could be a chaotic and traumatic experience. So we do have that service where patients or clients can call a walk-in, they can phone in, family members can call on their behalf as well.
Councilor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thanks very much. I'm just looking for my question. Sorry. Yes. I'm wondering if you can, if one of the co-presenters from the Vancouver Coastal Health team could answer a question for me specifically about, we've heard a lot about whether or not there should be police attending some of these mental health calls, and I'm just wondering, what are your frontline workers saying about that? So the nurses, the frontline workers, do they have safety concerns themselves? I'm just wondering if.
So just to clarify, you're speaking about ACT or AOT when they.
ACT or AOT or similar, if you were to ask a healthcare provider to go out without police, how would they feel about that? I suppose it's only on ACT that you do that right now.
Yeah, and I should qualify that many of our clinicians do attend homes and attend clients in the community without the police. For example, we have multiple mental health teams, and clinicians and physicians do go into the homes at the invitation of clients and whatnot, and they're seeing them without police. So really, the individuals that are attached to the ACT service, for example, are some of the more complex individuals from the perspective of psychopathology. They might have forensic overlay. There might be stimulant use going on, which can be an unpredictable variable. That's one element that can destabilize a situation quite quickly. So having that backup from the police in those situations is important. I will say, as one step back, VCH and all our organizations are quite large, and I would say in our organization, much of what that happens that is good happens because of good relationship. right? And that's very true with our partnership with the VPD as well. So it's bidirectional exchange, it's growth, it's evolution, it's understanding. It's you know the folks that work from the VPD with our healthcare providers. I think they would say that they've learned quite a bit from our staff who are experts. They're top notch.
This is a good model, and it's
It is a good model. It is a model that has evidence behind it. It is used nationally, internationally.
Okay.
It's a good model.
Thank you
Thanks
so
so much.
much. Sorry, I only have 3 minutes, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. Next, the public body representative is Michael Tan from the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group. Hi there, thanks for coming. You've got up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Tan. I am speaking tonight as the co-chair for the Vancouver Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group. As a reminder of Mayor and Council, that the LSG was first formed as a part of the City of Vancouver's apology to the Chinatown community for its role, for the city's role in the historical discrimination against Chinese people. The LSG is a 32-member council appointed by this council group of a diverse range of individuals and organizations in Chinatown, who bring their varied perspectives ranging from business owners, community and cultural organizations, the BIA, and individuals who care about the neighborhood and its cultural heritage. The LSG was appointed to specifically advise City Council and staff on policy and actions to support Chinatown as a whole and towards a possible UNESCO World Heritage Site designation. As a part of that mandate, it was also to ensure that the views of those who have historically been and continue to be equity denied, including seniors, low-income residents, youth, artists, non-English speaking residents, those that not have been able to be consulted, that their views would be brought to the table. And it is through that lens that I perform my duties as co-chair of the LSG and how I address Mayor and Council today. People's perceptions of safety and cleanliness in the neighborhood of Chinatown is a significant challenge. And I won't reiterate those symptoms, as Council has generally been very much engaged with the community and the neighborhood. However, many of the members of the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group see an increase in police on the ground, as well as the implementation of CCTV cameras in Chinatown as ineffective as a deterrent against vandalism in the neighborhood. Many people may not have agreed with the increased presence in Chinatown, but it was precipitated by actually the opening of the Chinatown Community Policing Center on Pender Street last year. But some were very hopeful that it would have an impact. But what we have seen is that there has not been a decrease in vandalism since that opening. Chief Palmer mentioned earlier that there has been this widely viewed video published yesterday where a vandal sawed off this golden colored wrought iron dragon. And what the context is, that dragon was actually located on Pender Street about 50 meters down from that policing center. So an increased police presence in the neighborhood has not been a deterrent for vandalism. And you heard earlier from Sandra Singh speak to the multitude of social programs being implemented by ACCs to address the many issues facing the neighborhood of Chinatown and in the downtown east side. And I applaud her and her team's work and its furthering of these types of social programs, along with supportive housing, drug addiction treatment, and mental health supports that will truly serve to address the people's experiences of safety. An easily overlooked high-impact program is these mobile bathroom trailers. You might hear some others talk about, I think we hear about that quite often in the neighborhood, but that clean access to a bathroom is a human right and is a matter of providing dignity for those residents that are homeless. Chief Palmer mentioned earlier how 40% of the calls to ECOM in the VPD non-emergency line are not being answered. I've been one of those 40%. And he's spoken about how the BPD and police are being asked to do too many things. So I support his call for more funding to social services so that our existing police officers in the force can focus on where they're most gravely needed, which is to specifically tackle violent crime. Band-aid solutions to address safety and cleanliness in Chinatown is like holding up a tea towel to this broken fire hydrant. we need significant increases to these social programs to turn off that fire hydrant and to coordinate with all 3 levels of government that include attention to Chinatown and the downtown east side's specific needs. Thanks.
You do have a question, Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks so much. I have a number of questions, but I think I'll start with this. What do you propose? I mean, we know that the statistics on hate crimes, and especially on anti-Asian hate, are up significantly. Where do you see the police's role in working with Chinatown and, your group as one stakeholder in combating that anti-Asian hate that we're seeing? I mean, we were recently called the capital in North America, and that's not a title that I feel proud to have in Vancouver. So I'm just wondering how you think the police can work together with the community and play a role in your mind.
I think there is a role for policing and to work with the community and with the other cities' social services to ensure that there is, it addresses a lot of these issues in Chinatown. For example, again, I reiterate and highlight the need for these mobile washroom trailers in Chinatown. You're kind of like walking around landmines sometimes in the neighborhood. And, again, it's a matter of cleanliness. It's also about programs in the community that the LSG and many of its members and groups, which have many stakeholders, continue to support and create. Last year with the Fire Dragon Festival, and things coming through other organizations that are activating the neighborhood that that help bring people down to Chinatown, and it's that increased foot traffic that I think will really help to alleviate a lot of help address some of these issues together.
Thanks. What do you say to someone like, for instance, in one of the presentations we received from ACCs, from Sandra and her team, said that vulnerable people, including homeless people, so vulnerable and marginalized people, are more likely, 7 times more likely, to be victims of crime and violent crime. So what do you say to someone who doesn't feel safe going in a washroom trailer if there is crime and issues like that are preventing them?
I think that the issue of the feeling of safety, again, it's related to, the people that are around us. When people are isolated and it's, walking down the street by yourself at night, that there's poor, could be lighting, could be just people in general just not having a presence. When there is people around and there's proper facilities, clean, safe, well, when we're talking about safety, clean facilities that are possibly not necessarily stationed with folks to be there. That's where I think it can help address that feeling of safety.
Thanks. That's my time, but
Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, and I'll also just echo a huge thank you, Mike, for being here and for the leadership that you're providing. I'm wondering if there are particular investments, noting the significant increase in anti-Asian hate crimes, which is of course a huge and horrifying concern. If there are particular priorities or investments that you think the city can be making, whether it's from arts, culture, and community services or elsewhere, to be tackling anti-Asian racism particularly and racism more broadly across the city?
That one's a big question. I think a part of that is is also relating to providing better accessibility for the reporting of hate crimes in the city. A lot of people that still hesitate to report these crimes is because they feel that they're inadequately addressed. I think again that speaks to the volume of calls and how whatever method the city and what the police chooses to address those, or they're not being addressed, right? And a lot of people in the community feel like it's ineffective. So again, I echo Chief Palmer's call to increase supports for social programming, so that way we can let the police focus on where those violent crimes are taking place, whether it's for against Asians or otherwise.
Okay. Appreciate that, and I'll leave it there. I know we have a lot of speakers, but thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. Hi, Michael, and thank you for your leadership and your work in the community. And I know it's a lot of work on a volunteer basis, so it is appreciated. You may have heard me earlier ask the chief about a Vancouver Agreement 2.0 and how we can kind of coordinate some of the other senior levels of government and really bring it all together. Is that happening? Could that happen more in your opinion based on what's happened, you know, the LSG and the CTT and obviously there's a lot of big investments and there's an interest in a UNESCO bid and the museum. Are we getting it right?
You know, we're taking steps, right? I think one of the good things that the LSG as a collaborative group, because our membership spans, you know, a very varied and diverse set of organizations and individuals across the board, but being able to work directly with an integrated way with city staff, with the Chinatown transformation team, has really enabled us to move very quickly in the neighborhood on a number of areas and to coordinate across those varied organizations. Prior to the establishment of the LSG in 2019, when we were first appointed to council, or by council, is that, you know, there were a lot of varied organizations that were either working independently, you know, sometimes they were consulted by council and staff, you know, many groups that were not. And what LSG has enabled us to do is take this integrated approach, you know, so that we can ensure that those views of those that have been marginalized and equity denied in the past and continue to be, that those voices could be heard upfront to council and to staff, so we can move very quickly. Again, to senior level, other levels of government, I think everyone has more work to do there. It's that integrated approach between the community and the city is moving quickly, but you know, the province and feds, you know, as we all know, continue to move very slowly, so more work to do there.
Okay. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Your time is up, so we'll thank the speaker for Oh, sorry. Thanks, I just forgot to reset your timer.
Great, thank you, Mayor.
Yep, go ahead.
Thanks, Michael. I'll be quick. Do you think it would be helpful for the city to have an anti-hate strategy?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Think it would be helpful for the city to have an anti-hate strategy?
I'd be surprised we don't have one already.
Okay, and so would it be helpful if council prioritized that work?
I'd be curious as to the specific aims and, you know, what the measurable outcomes for that program would be, but I'd be very interested in hearing more about that.
Do you have any ideas on what kind of outcomes you would like to see in an anti-hate strategy?
Sorry, distracted by the gallery here.
Mayor, that's a particularly derogatory comment.
I didn't hear it, I'm sorry. I didn't hear the comment, I'm sorry.
The comment was made to a speaker of Asian descent, Moore Rice.
Oh.
While we're talking
Sorry,
about anti-Asian racism.
I'm going to have to ask you to leave the gallery. We've been, you know, you've been kind of murmuring all the way through, and I've cautioned you a number of times. That's fine. Thanks very much. I think you've had your time here. Appreciate you coming today, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
You got to get the 10 Commandments. You got to like repent. Like it's just going to get worse. There's going to be.
Council, I think it might be a good time for a break. Council, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes.
You got to repent, man.
Thank you.
For lack of knowledge, my people perish. You guys are perishing. This is a city of refuge.
Sure.
You're going under the ocean, man.
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
going under. This
Thank
is
you.
a refuge.
I'm going to ask you to leave the gallery, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to leave, man.
Thank you.
But look what you did to my shirt the last time I was here, man. This was a brand new shirt.
Thank you.
And this is what you guys, how you're
Thank you. Sorry about that, Michael.
Let's call us back to order. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that, Michael. Can you?
Just
Oh, you
trying
need
to
a microphone?
get on there.
Okay. Can I go ahead, Mayor?
Here we go.
Yeah, so just picking up on that, you were speaking about the benefit of having anti-hate strategy, but you were talking about the outcomes being really important, and I just wondered at this point, and not to put you on the spot, but if anything does come to mind, is it something that you would see as important in terms of outcomes?
I'm just glad I had a timeout to think of a response. So I think the big thing for any type of anti-hate crime program, in terms of an outcome would be it's to build understanding and mutual understanding, right? And I think there's a lot. I think there are the beginnings of some of these programs in terms of taking on a collaborative approach already to connect people from different neighborhoods and different demographics to help build that understanding. One of the programs underway already is the Chinatown Community Stewardship Program. It's a collaboration between the city and Ember's East Side Works, which hires residents from the downtown East Side community to support cleaning programs in Chinatown, right? And so, this program has been very well received and in the neighborhood, and the feedback that we've gone back from that is like we need more programs like that to build that understanding. So any type of anti-hate crime initiative, I think the outcome would need to be like just the bridge building and relationship building, so to develop that mutual understanding.
Okay. We did have a motion we discussed. I wouldn't mind sharing it with you, and I'll send it to you, and I'm sure council will welcome any comments that you
That'd be great.
Thank you. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
speaking.
Thanks so much for coming in tonight. That's it for questions. Appreciate it. Thanks, Council. We're on to public speakers now. We have Bridget Anderson from the Board of Trade.
Hello, Mayor. Can everybody hear me?
Sure can. You have up to 5 minutes. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks very much. As the Mayor mentioned, I'm Bridget Anderson, the President and CEO of the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, and I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important topic. The Board of Trade represents 5,500 members, the majority of which are small and medium businesses. And for months now, our members have been expressing concerns about public safety and the impact that this has had on their ability to run their businesses. We are right now in the midst of surveying our members, and early data suggests that crime and public safety is ranked the fourth most significant issue facing the region at this time, and this is ranked among many other issues, including pandemic and economic issues facing businesses, and this is a dramatic jump from previous surveys. As we know, the pandemic and more people working remotely has meant reduced foot traffic downtown, which has been hard on businesses, and many businesses are still struggling. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, 2/3 of BC businesses report taking on debt and an average of over $225,000 per business. Many businesses, as we have heard, have noted an increase in crime, including theft and broken windows. Chief Palmer stated it this evening that an average of 4 people each day are victims of random, groundless attacks. Window smashing has increased by more than 40%. Arson, assault, robbery, and weapon-related offenses increased in the downtown core, as well as in neighborhoods of Strathcona and Mount Pleasant. As we also heard this week, the Urban Mayor's Caucus called for more support from the provincial government to stop repeat offenders in the midst of all these property crimes. And we heard about 40 super chronic offenders that have an average of 54 convictions each. We at the Board of Trade recognize that this is a complex issue involving mental health, homelessness, the opioid crisis, among other factors, and it's clear that we need a multi-pronged solution. As a voice for the Vancouver business community, we have clearly heard from our members and many other businesses that crime is not only costly for businesses, it also creates feelings of uneasiness and fear in the community. A survey conducted by Research Co. in November revealed that 48% of British Columbians fear the reality of becoming a victim of crime in their own community a great deal or a fair amount. We know that businesses and business improvement associations' budgets are going towards security costs to clean up. And again, this comes at a time when many organizations are trying to get back on their feet.
The Board of Trade urges the city to take urgent action and to work with other levels of government, such as the province, to change laws to ensure that repeat offenders are off the streets. It is clear that a holistic approach to mental health and addiction is needed. The city can and should continue to call on the province to wraparound supports and new housing for those experiencing homelessness. We need increased police presence in high incident neighborhoods. The VPD needs the appropriate resources to have boots on the ground. And there is a role for transit police and park rangers as well. There needs to be an escalation of the seriousness of property crime within the VPD. The economic development of our city relies on its reputation as a safe, livable region where people from all backgrounds feel comfortable to do business and engage in a full range of public activities, including riding transit, walking, biking, and visiting city parks. And so we recommend the city improve lighting and work with private sector businesses to improve their lighting as well. We support efforts to bring people and events and activations back to the downtown core, and we encourage the city to work with the business community to do that. And finally, we encourage the city to continue to invest in core services, including street cleaning and graffiti cleanup. More people are returning to the office, tourism returning. We see cruise ships in our region as well now. Foot traffic is increasing, but the narrative is becoming increasingly negative. Public safety is a critical issue for businesses, for individuals, the community, and our city's reputation, and action is needed now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for phoning in tonight. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. We have Norman Leach from the Executive Director of the Aboriginal Community Policing Center. Norman Leach, speaker number, I think is B on the chart.
Maybe it will be part out. Oh no.
Hello there.
Oh no.
Oh, is Norm Leach there, please? Clerks, maybe we can come back and I'll move to the next speaker. We have Royce, sorry, I don't have my glasses on, Chwin, President of Destination Vancouver.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hi there.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for holding this important meeting on public safety and violent crime and for inviting Destination Vancouver to present. Today, I share with you the escalating concerns of Vancouver's tourism industry, of which 800 are Destination Vancouver members. This year, Destination Vancouver will host our 119th AGM. For over 100 years, tourism has been an integral part of Vancouver's DNA, as our globally recognized and desired city has grown over the decades. More than 11 million people visited Vancouver in 2019, and their absence over the past 2 years was catastrophic for many local businesses and for the energy of our city. It took our industry to almost disappear to finally become visible and perhaps appreciated for what it contributes to a vibrant and globally desired destination that we all get to call our home. A thriving $14 billion visitor economy was reduced to about $4.5 billion. Now, travel is starting to rebuild, thankfully, and the rebuild is still fragile. When travelers choose a destination, they look at many factors. Unquestionably, the safety and security of a destination has always been a priority, whether for leisure travelers or for organizers choosing a destination for large conferences, conventions, or major sporting events. Areas of the city that felt unsafe or saw a significant rise in vandalism and graffiti because streets were empty will benefit not just when locals are back, but when visitors are back. We are in a global competition with other cities for visitors, talent, thought leadership, investment, and more. Tourism is a proven catalyst that can influence those decisions. And one of our competitive advantages has been safety and security of our destination. Our product, if you will, is perceived as a safe and welcoming city. But that global reputation and even our domestic reputation is under increasing threat. I can tell you that on a recent sales mission to bring business to Vancouver, I and my team are increasingly getting these questions. Is it safe there? Will our delegates be safe when they attend a conference in your city? I see the media stories. What is going on? There's anxiety and fear from employees In an already very challenging labor market, businesses need to be safe and secure environments. 3 quick stories from conversations I've had with partners. A staff member going about their job was threatened with a pair of scissors. A gun was pulled on a cook during a night shift. And one of our members has had 5 break-ins in the last 6 months. But prior to that, 2 attempts in 7 years. There are many, many more stories. Businesses in some parts of downtown have difficulty attracting visitors who don't venture out into neighborhoods and patronize those small businesses because they feel unsafe. Public spaces and green spaces are increasingly used for ad hoc housing, further deterring visitors. For example, the survival of Chinatown, that such an important economic and cultural community has been so devastated, is inexcusable. A quick review of travel sites like Expedia and TripAdvisor will see that, mixed in with many positive impressions of our city, are comments about the jarring volume of open drug use, homelessness, and street disorder. And these date back many, many years, and these comments are increasing. Word of mouth and personal experience are among the most important influences in the tourism industry. And this word of mouth, online or face-to-face, will always eclipse the most glossy or compelling destination campaigns we can do for Vancouver. On our doorstep, over the next 7.5 years, the Invictus Games, possibly FIFA, maybe another Olympics, not to mention the many incredible cultural and lifestyle events and conferences that will create ambassadors or detractors depending on the experience they have. And what about all our friends and families that come into town to visit us? Personally, we're hosting 2 groups of friends and family from out of town over the next 6 weeks, and I can tell you they're not coming here for my cooking. It's Vancouver. It's an idea shared by many that the keys to a successful city is a vibrant, active downtown with lots of public spaces open to everyone and a healthy mix of residents, commercial activity, culture, restaurants, parks and transit, and so on. We know this. It's increasingly clear that safety and security should be added to that. That's the Vancouver we want for our residents, and that's the city that will continue to attract visitors. We recognize this is an incredibly complex challenge that requires concerted collaboration across sectors in the city. We do want to acknowledge the initiatives that are already underway and the efforts made by the police. Thank you, Chief Palmer and your force, and the many individuals, coastal health, businesses, and organizations, and the city. We're all trying to make a difference, but please take seriously the concerns of your very, very proud tourism industry. There is too much at stake here. The tourism community is a partner in trying to help. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks for speaking, Royce. And cutting to the chase, can you cite examples of other cities where their crime rates have gone up, and are they seeing the impact on their tourism go down? Like, in other words, very clearly, what do we stand to lose in not being able to build back our tourism industry? Because, and I've heard examples of things like Portland, for example, where conferences won't book there anymore. Companies who won't send their employees on business travel because they don't perceive it to be safe. Can you comment on sort of generally if you think that that's a real threat, and what other cities might have experienced if they've seen a downturn because of increasing issues like we're seeing in Vancouver, and how they get people read about them?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. You're absolutely right. We know that business has shifted out of some cities. They won't send their employees. We know Seattle closed an office because the downtown core was too dangerous where that office was. That could be a pickup for us, but it is a concern that is raising to the top of the agenda for meeting planners who are now asking that question more directly. Tell me about the safety of your city. That's also included in the consideration of bringing events to the city. What is happening in terms of crime, violent crime and safety, because these global brands, these properties that will bring business to our city, don't want to put visitors and spectators in harm's way. So it is a very serious concern, and we will lose business because of it.
So I was going to ask about that because, as you know, there's discussion around whether Vancouver should or shouldn't host a 2030 Olympics. FIFA, for example, we're looking to bring that here. I remember from my time in working on bringing 2010 here that the IOC had sort of an evaluation matrix, and safety was sort of a basic tenet that needed to be there. They wouldn't consider a destination. And then they weight accordingly based on community support, you know, the quality of your venues and availability, things like safety. Can you speak to whether or not, in your experience and bidding on major events, or some of those that Vancouver is hoping to land, not just FIFA in 2030, but others that we're looking at, if that would negatively impact our bids?
The short answer is yes. It absolutely would.
Okay. Anything else you want to add about that that's important for council to know?
I think we've covered it, Councillor. Thank you. It's global perception, and we are in a major competition, and you've got an industry that has been crushed for the last 2 years. So on top of trying to rebuild confidence in business, we have these other issues that we need to deal with, and we recognize and we are empathetic. But it will cost us. It will cost jobs, and will cost our ability to rebuild community.
Let me ask you this with the few seconds I have left. Did you hear any feedback from cruise ship passengers and their first experience, the first cruise ship passengers into Gastown or Chinatown?
Not yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thanks for calling in. We have Henry Tom next. Thanks so much for your patience.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Henry Tom, Vice President of the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association. The VCMA represents almost 100 of the remaining legacy businesses in Chinatown. I have made many presentations to the councils over the years, but I'm here really to introduce two of our newly elected directors who will give you their perspective on the impacts of public safety, violent crimes on their business, on their customers, and on the community as merchants in Chinatown. Here is Tracy To, and on the phone is Calvin Chan.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Tracy To, and I am the Director of Operations at Forum Home Appliances in Vancouver's Chinatown. My family's business has been in Chinatown for 34 years this year, and I have been working 6 days a week in Chinatown for the past 20 years. I don't typically feel unsafe in Chinatown on a daily basis, but that could be due to me being used to the situation. What it is today is not new, it's just worse than it ever was before. The level of chaos that we see today is at least 10 times worse than what it was in the year 2010. I've had many horrible situations happen to me while I was working, such as being pepper sprayed and robbed of our air conditioners during one summer. We've had to deal with numerous fires around our building from squatters in the alleys, setting mattresses and garbage on fire. I've had female staff members physically attacked while walking to bus stops and while waiting for the bus. The nonstop graffiti, defecation, needles in doorways is disgusting. The criminals targeting our beloved Dr. Sanya Sen gardens and also hacksawing off our dragon lanterns is just pure chaos. Their perception of danger is also very damaging to our business. On quite a few occasions, I would be on the phone with customers wanting to come and buy a product that I have available. But after I tell them that we're located in Vancouver's Chinatown, they would say, "Oh no, I wouldn't go there, it's dangerous." I've also had many longtime customers say they're now afraid to come to Chinatown. With all of the Asian hate crimes, the hypodermic needle stabbings, they don't want to be the next victim. It often feels like we in Chinatown are left to fend for ourselves. The problems that we face in Chinatown are not Chinatown problems, they're Vancouver problems. We need your help now more than ever. A lot for more visible police presence in Chinatown, support Chinatown organizations with a bigger budget so we can enhance our safety plans, provide better social support to those causing the chaos on our streets. I believe that Vancouverites all see the importance of Chinatown and want it to thrive, but for them to want to come and support us, they need to feel that it will be a safe place for them to come. Please help us.
Thank you. You do have a question. Councillor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. And I didn't know if there were others presenting, but my question actually, I really appreciate what you've said, but it's for Mr. Tom, if that's okay. Thanks so much. And I just want to thank you for sharing that with us, your experience. So thank you. Mr. Tom, I was wondering, there's been a lot of talk back and forth about the dragon lights that, someone was distracting with a leaf blower while someone else was hacking down this light, with a saw or something like that. And the chief mentioned it earlier. I'm wondering if you can share just overall with us, how are the merchants feeling about street disorder, and what is it that you think, speaking on behalf of them, would help public safety?
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. I'm just outraged about that dragon light incident, and as Chief Palmer says, it's the impact on the community of is pretty minor, kind of a nuisance kind of a crime, But the impact on the community is just it's far outweighs the value of the theft or whatever it is. So often these things are just put down to nuisance crime. So, but in fact, it strikes at the heart of our our pride in the community. As you know, the Dragon Lights were a VCMA project, and funded partially by the city. And it was a great collaboration in 1984. And there was another great collaboration in 5 years ago when, well, your dad and I led the restoration of the and refitting of the lanterns. So I really take that personally, and it has a huge symbolic value to the community, and the whole community is outraged with that. It's like Tracy says, when somebody graffitis the white walls at the garden, it really strikes at the heart of the community.
Thanks. Can you tell me what would help?
No.
Just have a few seconds left.
No, I think the city is doing a lot. The VPD has reached out to the community. They've given us pointers on what we can do to help ourselves, basically. And
Would you like to see more officers on the street?
we see a lot of them already, and more would be better. I mean, I think if nothing else, even if it doesn't deter crime, it gives our customers a sense of security. It gives them a sense of comfort. So yeah, police presence would help with that a lot.
Thanks, Mr. Tom.
Councillor Carr, the 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much. Actually, my questions, if it's okay, is for Tracy Toe.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Yes, I was interested in what you said, Tracy, regarding the need for more money for more safety plans. What are the elements of your safety plans? Like, what are you looking to?
I don't know if I'm smart enough to have all these safety plans, but there are so many different organizations in Chinatown working towards making Chinatown safer and better. So us in Chinatown as a whole, we need more help.
So what would, yes, I'm just interested in what exactly you think we should invest in, or you should invest in to increase safety.
I don't know. Maybe Henry can answer
that. We work with the BIA, and BIA already spends like half their budget on private security. So more, I don't know if more funding on that front would help that much. But as I said, just the VPD outreach with our members. Maybe there's a CC community policing unit. Maybe I know in the past they've had funding to put ambassadors on the street. Maybe something like that would help. It's they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to intercept crime or anything like that. But just the presence, or just a uniform, would give customers comfort.
Yeah, great, thank you. I'm just very interested in knowing what might be the solutions or what might help. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. That's it for questions. Appreciate you coming in today and waiting for your turn. Thanks very much. We're going to move on to Speaker E on the public speakers list, Vincent Kwan. We have Vincent Kwan.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Again, my name is Vincent Kwan, the Executive Director of Strathcona BIA. I want to thank Mayor and Council for the opportunity to speak on this very important topic. First off, I'm not going to deny the fact that I'm somewhat nervous about this opportunity to speak to Mayor and Council today, but mainly because I find that public safety has unfortunately become a topic that is not always easy to have an objective conversation on as a society together. It is a big topic because public safety affects everyone every day. And it is a big topic because any holistic solutions or actions that we can take requires to include discussions around prevention, enforcement, and looking at various root causes. But given 5 minutes, I have to be very focused. My goal today is not to pretend to solve public safety. I have one goal, and that goal is to advocate for the city to develop a citywide public safety baseline. A baseline is a set of measurable indicators that can serve as a starting point for comparing public safety trends and the progress that we can make over time. The baseline will measure at minimum two things. One is where we are right now in terms of the state and public sentiment towards safety. The other thing is public expectation on where we should be as target in terms of the minimum level of acceptable public safety. Clarity on both of these things are important to set healthy public expectation around outcomes. Without them, we will always be working with a moving goalpost when we speak about these issues with different terminologies. Having a baseline for public safety does not mean we will all agree on everything about every single policy. Having a shared baseline on public safety means we can all have an objective way to measure changing state and the changing feelings towards public safety, and understand how we can set tangible targets for improvement so that we can commit resources and take timely actions. The baseline gives the general public a shared expectation. And this would add objectivity when we speak about compassion and accountability. So where do we look to set this baseline for public safety? Whose safety set this baseline? Of course, there are many people, groups who are particularly vulnerable targets to crime and violence, and who should be definitely included. And there are many people who may find, speaking in a public forum like this highly intimidating, or they might not feel eloquent speakers in English, and they might not feel comfortable sharing their thoughts publicly. And these are the people whose voice we don't often hear, but their sense of safety is of equal importance. But just to be solution-oriented today, if I can take a stab at this, and I'm wearing my BIA cap on, one suggestion is to set this baseline by looking at two groups in our community: the seniors and the small businesses in our community. Both, I feel, are vulnerable to public safety. Let's be more specific. When I talk about safety of seniors, I think about my Auntie Jenny, who is 65 years old and lives in Strathcona. As an example, if she hesitates about her safety when walking alone for half an hour in a particular neighborhood, that is an indicator for concern. And ask 500 seniors across different neighborhoods throughout the city, about their sense of public safety. Senior sentiment on public safety can be one critical and effective measurement of the baseline. Another critical measurement of baseline on public safety is whether businesses throughout our city can operate safely without concern for public violence, break-ins, and vandalism. For setting this part of the public safety baseline, I hope Mayor and Council can direct a team of cross-departmental city staff to partner with all BIAs in the city. See BIA as trusted, capable, and willing partners in the community. We are on the ground working with the people every day. This community of people consists of people who work really hard as entrepreneurs. They take tremendous risks because that's their livelihood. And these businesses are part of our neighborhood and part of our livelihood as well. Let's work with the BI and set the baseline for public safety. Partner with the BI to regularly evaluate progress made and implement innovative programs. Make BI part of the holistic coordination that was mentioned earlier tonight. Sometimes there's this sense that we at BI are not always certain if BIs are constantly invited to the table on important community discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. I don't see anybody on the queue for questions for you, so I'll thank you, and I'll just move on to the next speaker. Council, we are at 20 minutes to 10, and we have Partap Sahota is speaker number F.
Hello?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. Yep. Hi, you have up to 5 minutes.
Great,
please.
thank you. Okay. Mayor and Council, thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Partap Sahuda, and I'm the Executive Director at the Collingwood Community Policing Center. I'm joined by Jose Abando. Chris Talou, the founding Executive Director, opened the Community Policing Center with the support of the City of Vancouver, the Vancouver Police Department, and the Renfrew Collingwood community in 1994. At that time, the late Chief Ray Canwell and Chris Talou wanted to try a new model of community policing, which involved community working with the police, where CPC acted as a bridge between the police and the community. The Collingwood catchment comprises of multiple communities, including Mount Pleasant, Killarney, Cedar Cottage, Renfrew Collingwood, Fraserview, and Champlain Heights. We have over 180,000 people in our catchment. We have had and continue to have the lowest crime rates in the city in our catchment. The Collingwood Community Policing Center is involved in community development. The mission statement of the Collingwood Community Policing Center is that the Collingwood CPC is committed to building strong, safe, livable, and inclusive neighborhoods for all. The CPC often takes the lead, bringing community members together to create solutions so that development enhances the neighborhood. We are involved with 6 social housing projects: the Biltmore, Kingsway Continental, Sarah Ross House, Naomi Place, Burnham Place, and Koyatsu, which is on Broadway and Fraser. The purpose of the Collingwood CPC is to educate the community about crime and safety issues and to actively involve them in community-based solutions in partnership with the CPC and the stakeholders. During the pandemic, we managed to remain operational with our staff in the office. Working with our Collingwood BIA, arrangements were made to have our Guardian Patrols, which is the business liaison, to continue checking the well-being of the businesses by having a mobile patrol out in the neighborhood while COVID protocols were being observed. Our success is due to our relationships to our community and our partners working together to resolve issues in our catchment. The open line of communication guarantees that any issue will be addressed when people are aware of its existence. We work with the City of Vancouver, the Vancouver Police Department, Transit Police, all CPCs, all neighborhoods in our neighborhood houses in our catchment, the community centers in our catchment, ICPC, and other stakeholders. We do not have the same issues as the other communities because through years we have addressed these same issues, and by doing so, they did not build up now to create serious concern for some communities in Vancouver. During the pandemic, we were able to find a solution to one of the problem premises that was ongoing for 10 years. With the help of 4 District 3 NPOs and Blockwatch, we found new, innovative ways to address the issue. The crime rate dropped as a result of the community, the CPC, and the police working together. We always look for solutions to find better ways to serve our community. An example being seniors movies at Champlain Heights. We do the event in partnership with Champlain Community Center. We educate seniors on crime prevention and how to be safe in the community and give them an opportunity to socialize during a lunch and watch a movie. Building these relationships is so important to what we do. Recently, City Council approved a pilot project called Better Together Neighborhood Collective Action Pilot for Mount Pleasant. It is a roundtable. The objective is to improve access to support services for equity-denied individuals and those experiencing unsheltered homelessness in the local neighborhood, improve sense of safety and connection for all neighbors, and reduce stigma against people experiencing homelessness and other equity-denied people, maintain neighborhood cleanliness, improve communication between community organizations such as BIAs and residents. We look forward to being a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time tonight. Yes, we don't have any questions for you, but thank you for calling in. Council, thank you so much. We do have
thank you.
Thank you. We do have 2 folks who have been sitting here all night that are in person that I'd like to get to tonight. So that would take us to Sephirina Glaris. I'm not calling you yet, but I'm just saying anybody else that's after that. Speaker number 2, Eddie Elmore, 3, Lorraine Lowe, Richard Flynn. We won't get to you, so I just want to let people know that are later on the list that you're more than welcome to listen in, but we probably won't get you this evening. And if the clerk's can remind me, when is the next day?
May 10th.
Right, so May 10th probably at 3 or 6 p.m. We'll decide as a council. We'll inform you of when your time will be able to come. Thanks
Need
very
a
much.
motion to extend, Mayor?
Well, we have 61 speakers.
No, I meant a motion to extend
Well,
to
I
hear
think
from
if we're
the.
good, we can probably make it through the 3 speakers. So I'll just go with Terry Smith as speaker G.
Good evening.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Terry Smith, and I'm the Executive Director of the West End Business Improvement Association. We represent approximately 650 businesses and commercial property owners along our 3 main commercial streets of Davie, Denman, and Robson. The WEBIA's mandate is to brand, promote, and revitalize the West End for the purposes of enhancing the economic vitality of our business community. Brand, promote, revitalize. It is not and should not be the responsibility of the BIA to uphold public safety in our community. It is the role of the city and the role of the BPD. Yet as we are increasingly being faced with worsening conditions on our streets, BIAs, WEBIA included, feel this responsibility is being downloaded onto our already stretched organizations. Prior to the pandemic, the WEBIA did not have a private security program. We do now, and coverage has just increased from 3 to 5 days per week to help address the property crime issues and provide a needed service for our members. While we absolutely have a vested interest in community safety, this should not be our responsibility. But herein lies the problem. In order to fulfill my organization's mandate of branding, promoting, and revitalizing the West End, I spend an inordinate amount of my time addressing issues related to community safety. We cannot be effective in our economic development and recovery efforts if our streets are not safe, welcoming, or comfortable for all people. Street disorder, vandalism, theft, aggression, violence, homelessness, as well as mental health and drug-related issues are rampant and creating an unsafe environment for everybody, not just businesses, residents, and visitors, but for those most marginalized as well. In all my 19 years of working in the BIA realm, I have never had an unhoused member of the community die on the street before. This year we have lost 2, and this simply is not okay. I have also never heard such frustration, anxiety, and fear from businesses and their employees as a result of the above noted issues and repeated victimization. Our community is suffering and more must be done to restore its health and well-being for everyone. We are doing our part. We have been and will continue to be an active, engaged partner with the city, BPD, as well as various community organizations and social service agencies in promoting community safety. We will continue to be an advocate, lobbying for cross-governmental coordination and appropriate funding for a continuum of housing, wraparound supports and services, prevention and treatment programs, safe supply, complex care housing, and other progressive policies. We will continue to be a part of this important dialogue. However, we need to turn these conversations into actionable, measurable strategies. Enforcement, treatment, and prevention, in addition to harm reduction, are key pillars to a successful, holistic community safety strategy. Acts of crime do need to be assessed and dealt with accordingly at the municipal, provincial, and federal levels because our current system is broken and not working for anyone. Criminal behaviors require an immediate response, but also a deeper assessment of the root causes to direct the necessary course of action, whether it be on-demand mental health or addiction support services, incarceration, restorative justice, or rehabilitation. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this evening's special council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are no questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker. We have Nicole Mushi. Sorry if I've mispronounced your last name. Thank you so much for being so patient, and up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Nicole Mucci. You had it almost right. You were really close. Thank you for having me here tonight. My pronouns are she, her, and I am speaking on behalf of Union Gospel Mission, to share our thoughts on the reported increase in random violent attacks in Vancouver and to offer our insights for your consideration in looking at some systemic solutions. We want to extend our gratitude to many of the departments who are no longer here, like ACCs, VCH, Parks and Rec, and more, for their continued work in our sector as well. We have noticed a disturbing trend. Simply by being associated with the downtown east side or by looking out of place in various neighborhoods around Vancouver, many equity-denied community members have become targets of violent crime. We only need to look back to July 2021 when an elderly man who was panhandling in Yaletown was violently attacked, despite him walking away after his request for change was rebuffed. Regardless of socioeconomic status, everyone in this city deserves to feel safe. There is a major perception that the majority of those responsible for violent crimes hail from the downtown east side. And yet, statistics indicate a different truth, and that was shared earlier tonight by various stakeholders. The downtown east side is often conflated as a dangerous place filled with very dangerous people. Crime certainly happens in the downtown east side. We're not denying that. We acknowledge that wholeheartedly. But we also know that the downtown east side has an entire neighborhood of folks who are really citizens of the city. They are trying very hard to participate actively and often face systemic stigmatization as a result of where they live. There is a huge issue with conflating criminality with poverty, and the systemic stigmatization happens often without recourse. Most recently, we can point to the fact that hundreds of people and businesses lost access to their mail being delivered daily due to a perceived fear of safety. While a temporary solution to that was reached, we also saw that the community had to come together and demand their dignity rather than being consulted to solve that problem in the first place. The truth is that when communities like the downtown east side are dehumanized consistently, predators will take advantage of an inequitable situation. It's a lot easier to prey on those who appear to have less social value than to commit a crime in their own neighborhood where it might be noticed more. We know that happens. We've seen it happen many, many times. We can look back to Robert Pickton as an example. We also know that there are groups doing the very important work advocating to decriminalize poverty, and they spend a lot of time ensuring equity-denied individuals are given space and opportunity to speak into the matters that deeply impact them. And it was precisely some of those community members who were underrepresented here today and tonight. We fervently hope that Council considers continuing to find other engagement opportunities when developing potential alternatives to emergency response that don't always necessarily involve the VPD. At UGM, we have seen that community-centered alternatives work. Last week, we had somebody outside of our thrift store who we recognized that we were not equipped to walk alongside in their journey due to some of their medical issues. However, when we called the paramedics, they refused medical assistance, and we are not the kind of place that's gonna leave an ailing man in our alley simply because there's a gap for him. So we called the commercial CPC, I've got the wrong name, Woodlands, I think, and they showed up. Within 30 minutes, they had had a really meaningful conversation with this gentleman. We got him some fresh clothes, and we figured out where he needed to go, and he got there. We don't deny that violent crime is happening in our city, but we can't and won't deny that people from all walks of lives are victims and perpetrators of the crimes themselves. We just can't keep offering the same solutions or suggested next studies to solve the issue. We need to see action. There needs to be cohesive, multi-level government action. In the neighborhood we serve and walk alongside, people every day are faced with unimaginable obstacles, and as a result, may end up alongside paths that they become victims of violence themselves. And until the root causes, like mental health, like providing housing, affordable housing, addressing the fact that it's impossible to find affordable housing because of OAC and CCP and the many different, I'm gonna run out of time, but the moral of the story is what we need to see is systemic, multifaceted groups coming together, addressing the gaps in the system, and recognizing that no matter what we do, if we don't do something, it's going to keep happening. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have a question from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in, Nicole, and providing a balance, trying to balance the perspective out a little bit here. I really, really appreciate it. Do you think that we can police our way to safety?
No.
Brevity is good. A while back, we passed a motion at council over almost 2 years ago, actually, that called for the city staff to come back with a budget and a timeline for replacing police services in the areas of homelessness, sex work, drug use, and mental health with community-led services. If we could do something like that, do you think it'd help?
I think that Constable I'm sorry, I forgot his last name because I'm very tired. Constable Palmer. I almost called him Adam. Constable Palmer was right in what he said, in that you can't completely get your way out of the issue simply by policing, but you also can't completely derail the policing system because they are an important aspect to a fully functioning society. And UGM as an organization recognizes that and respects the important relationship that we have with the police, because they have assisted us in situations and helped keep our outreach workers and our community members safe. Because the important thing that I'm here to say is, like ACCS Singh said earlier, they're really vulnerable members of our community who are 7 times more likely to become victims of violent crime. That means that when they aren't able to be here to speak to the crime that they are having committed against them, we need to speak up for that, and we need to work together to find a solution.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, dear.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson.
Thank you so much. That's it for, Councillor DeGenova, you have a
No, I was just going to move a motion to extend. You said we have one more in-person speaker.
Sure. Do we have a seconder for that? Oh, wait 1 second. Okay, thanks.
Are we sure?
I don't think we need that. The person who was here has gone, but she will get an email to come back at the next meeting. But we'll move to the next speaker anyway.
May I ask you?
Enzo Papa. Enzo Papa.
I'm the executive director for the Commercial Drive Business Society. I fear that perhaps Enzo, one of our members, was signed up in place of myself.
Well, if that's
Or
okay.
am I still on the list as well?
You go ahead.
I was under the understanding that you were ending the meeting, so I'm not prepared at this moment. I would ask kindly that I could be moved to the next meeting.
Sure, why don't we do that? We have only 3 minutes left, so we'll cut the speakers list here now, and we'll start with Enzo Papa at the next meeting. I think that works pretty well. So
May I ask a point of procedure?
I was just going to recess the meeting, but go ahead.
Oh, of course. I was just wondering if there was an error in which speaker from the Commercial Drive BIA was speaking, because they technically aren't public speakers. They were on the memo.
Not really
speaking.
a point of procedure.
My question is, could the list be updated before we meet?
We'll have an updated list.
Thank you, Mayor. Yep. That's all from me.
Thank you.
Thank you, very much appreciated.
No problem. We'll hear from you next meeting. Clerks, can we repeat that one more time? We're going to be at May 10th, is that right?
Yes, May 10th, and a decision just needs to be made by council whether the meeting is to start at 3 p.m. or at 6 p.m.
Great, thank you so much. So we're going to recess for tonight, and we'll come back. We need to make a decision now.
Mayor, I'm happy to.
Yep, let's go for 3 p.m. What do people think about that? Seconded? Somebody's moved it, somebody seconded. Any opposed?
Well, it is a public hearing.
It's not a public hearing. I haven't heard any opposed. Are we okay with 3? Okay, great. Thanks. So we're recessed and we're coming back May 10th at 3 p.m., starting with Enzo Papa, speaker number L. Thank you.